All right. Thank you very much. My name is Pedro Nava, and you are here for the Little Hoover Commission hearing on retail theft, part 2. And just to let you know, there will be part 3, and if necessary, there'll be more. Today is Thursday, December 14th, 2023. I'm the chair of the Little Hoover Commission. Thank you all for joining us today. Let me introduce the other commissioners who are here. Vice Chair Anthony Cannella. Commissioner Dion Aroner is on her way and will be joining us. David Beyer, Gil Garcetti, Jose Atilio Hernandez, Jason Johnson, and Janice Sidley. There are legislative members of our commission, but often because of conflicts with their calendar, they are unable to participate, but it is common for their staff to listen, especially on the remote meetings. We also have our commission staff, Executive Director Ethan Rarick, Deputy Executive Director Tamar Foster, Analyst Ashley Hurley, Ali Powell, and Sharon McAllister, as well as this project manager, Crystal Beckham. There's some housekeeping that we have to do before we start our subject. We're going to break for lunch at about 11:45 and reconvene the hearing at 1:15. We're breaking because we hold a business meeting during lunch. The business meeting is open to the public, and if for some reason you wish to participate in such a tortured process, you're welcome to attend. We're live streaming today's hearing on Zoom, and we're going to be joined by members of the public who are attending remotely. We'll have a public comment session at the end of the hearing. If you're here with us in person and you want to make a public comment, please fill out the public comment slip and give it to one of our staff members. Members of the public who have joined us online, you'll be muted during the hearing. Those who wish to make a comment will be unmuted during the public comment session. If you'd like to make a public comment online, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom by clicking on the hand icon to join our public comment queue. If you joined us by phone, you may either dial #9 to raise your hand or send an email to littlehoover@lhc.ca.gov, letting us know you want to address the commission. Please provide your phone number from which you have joined so we know who to unmute. Staff will be monitoring raised hands and emails requesting comment throughout the duration of the hearing. As is usual at commission hearing, public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. The video and the audio of our remote hearing witnesses will be turned on when it is their opportunity to speak. We're recording today's hearing, and when we have completed, staff will place a permanent link to the recording on our website and upload it to our YouTube channel. And now the substance of today's hearing. In June of this year, the commission received a request from the legislature to look at issues surrounding retail theft. And I should inform you that the request was a letter that was signed by, I think, 62 members of the legislature. In response, we launched a study to consider this issue, and today is our second hearing. This hearing will provide additional perspective on the issue and will feature testimony from retailers, law enforcement officials, prosecutors, and local government officials. We will also hear testimony specifically from Senator Roger Nilo, who has carried legislation on this topic. Just so you know, we anticipate additional hearings, as I mentioned at the beginning, early in the new year. I want to thank Vice Chair Cannella for serving with me on the subcommittee for this study and for his leadership on this topic. Now I'd like to ask Project Manager Crystal Beckham to please introduce our first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our first witness today is Lynn Melillo, who is Vice President for Asset Management of Bristol Farms, Lazy Acres Natural Market, and New Leaf Community Markets. Thank you for joining us today, Ms. Melillo. Please go ahead and begin your testimony when ready, and check to make sure the green light on your microphone is on.
And as you begin, I want to thank you for opening a store in Santa Barbara.
Well, good morning. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the Commission for the opportunity to be here today to talk about retail theft on behalf of the members of the California Grocers Association. a little bit about myself before we get started, just to show that I've been in this grocery industry for several years. I started working for a family-owned grocery company in Pasadena, California, where I worked there for 15 years. After that store closed, I went to work for Bristol Farms, and I've been with Bristol Farms now for over 28 years. Some of the areas of responsibility that I oversee are employee safety, customer safety, food safety, compliance for both state, local, federal, risk insurance, and what's important for us today is loss prevention. So what I'd like to do today is really paint a picture for you on the everyday life of a grocer. A grocer strives to serve the communities in which they operate their business. And we serve our communities in many ways. One way is to employ individuals within that community. On average, a grocery store will employ between 50 and 100 individuals, and most are coming directly from the community that we're serving. Another way that grocers pride themselves is being able to serve the residents within that community with an array of products, both fresh, frozen, shelf-stable, and perishable products. And we pride ourselves on the way we display these to differentiate ourselves from all retailers, right? That's what we do. We're a meeting place as well. We're a public place for residents within the neighborhood to come in, enjoy their morning coffee, and shop for their groceries for their households. We also serve our community in donating food to the local nonprofits within that community, who in turn help provide food to the shelters for those who are food insecure. As grocers, we do all these things and more. What we try and do is do all of those things in ensuring that we are providing a safe place for our customers to shop and a safe place for our employees to work. Yet, increasingly, grocers are being forced to stand alone against a constant stream of harassment and violent behavior from individuals, including retail theft. All of this putting our shoppers and our customers in danger. Retail theft today is not what you may be imagining as you're sitting there today. Retail theft is not someone coming in and stealing bread and milk and eggs to feed their family, or people coming in and stealing just to be able to get by. No, retail theft today are criminals coming in and wiping out our shelves. They're stealing Tide Pods. They're stealing vitamins, supplements, baby formula, medicines. And we truly believe that these items are then being sold online and across criminal networks. By nature, grocers just want to offer a pleasant, warm, welcoming shopping experience. And we want to provide a safe working environment for our employees to come to work every day. And yet today, many retailers are being faced with challenges and are being faced with changing the way they go to business. And what do I mean by that? They're changing the design of their stores. They're changing the way they're having to display our array of products for our consumers, all trying to combat retail theft. Instead of a welcoming experience at your local neighborhood market, our customers and employees are now greeted by armed and unarmed guards within the store and at our front doors. Again, all to combat the harassing and threatening behavior that's happening in our stores. As someone who's worked in this industry for over 40 years, I can tell you that retail grocery has changed, and it's getting worse. Retail theft can be defined in many different categories. There is ORC, which we see a lot of, right? Organized retail crime. But I'm here to tell you it's also more than that. It's consumers who, so-called consumers, right? Coming in, loading their grocery carts up and bypassing the register. They know there's no consequences, so they're pushing their shopping carts completely out the door and avoiding the check stands. There's also those opportunistic, I'll call them, shoppers that come in the store. And again, knowing there's no consequences, the items are being placed in backpacks, in purses, in reusable shopping bags, and taking advantage of unmanned registers and walking out the door. The other thing I want to bring to mind is the theft and the disturbances that are happening in retail grocery right now. And I can only describe it. It's coming from populations that I'll describe as our homeless population, the mental illness crisis that we're facing today, and drug abusers as well. So I'm here to say that we are grocers. We're not law enforcement. We're not social workers. But yet we are seeking out training to help our staff be able to learn de-escalation techniques, all in order to keep our customers and our employees safe. Many of us have a hands-off policy. Now, we have a hands-off policy to these criminals coming in our store because we care about our employees. We cannot take the risk of putting our employees in harm's way from trying to stop the retail theft that's happening. Sure, we do things like greeting them, making sure that they know we know what they're doing, but hands-off policy. And I can tell you that this is leaving our employees feeling helpless and angry. So we need your help. Our employees need your help. Our customers need your help. And I would say there's a survey that's just come out by the Public Policy Institute of California. And that survey is showing that Californians are more concerned about crime in their local communities today than they are about the environment or climate change. So I'd like to take just a minute to show you a video. And this video is a video that has some actual retail theft incidents that have been compiled by members of the California Grocers Association. So if we could play the video.
Hey man, get out of here. Call 911.
Commissioners, I'll just know while this plays, there is no audio in the second half of this video, so you're not, the audio did not cut out.
Before you begin, you may find, and I usually inform witnesses. I may be called upon to interrupt you depending on where you are in your testimony, because it's not unusual for commissioners to have questions or comments. And I already see we got a raised hand over here. Commissioner Sidley.
Thank you very much for your testimony and also this video. I have a couple questions. When you say that it's hands off, are people also taught like not to ask somebody, has that been paid for if you see it happening?
I can tell you what we do within our company, and most retailers are doing the same that have the hands-off policy. So as far as I'll call them rank and file. So our grocery clerks within the store, if they see something, they're to inform a store operations management member. And then that management member or security guard, they will watch that customer. And if they see the customer concealing or attempting to do anything, then they're the ones that are trained to confront, I'll use that word lightly, the shopper to attempt to get the product back and let them know we're calling police and it's best that you leave, right? So that's what's happening in that sense.
Okay, and then also a lot of stores that I've seen lately, they now do the self-checkout. Are you seeing more retail theft because of self-checkout? So people are just walking through?
I would say I would use the self-checkout as an opportunistic consumer. FMI does put out reports that they're showing 1 in 4 transactions could have some type of retail theft that's happening. But yes.
And then finally, I'd really like to know on the video you showed, clearly the shopping carts are getting stopped because there's a mechanism there that stops it. I'd really like to know like how expensive those systems are. It seems based on the video that they're somewhat productive in stopping some of the thefts. But I have no idea how expensive that is for a grocer or anyone else to put that in place.
Right. I can tell you that what I would like to do is defer that question, if you don't mind, to our California Grocers Association, who again represent other members of the industry that do have that employed. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah. Vice Chair Cannella, followed by Commissioner Beaart.
Yes. Thank you for being here today. We really appreciate it. Early on in your statement, you said that you stand alone. Why do you think you stand alone? What does that mean?
Perfect. So we feel as a retailer that we stand alone in fighting this because, you know, we do call for police to come in to help us if we're seeing it happening and it's in progress. So we call the police to help. They're not always responsive. You know, if responding to retail theft, they're going to respond more if it's a weapons involved or the threat of violence is happening at that point. Regular shoplifting does not get the response that we need. So that's why we feel we're standing alone in the midst of the situation. Okay,
so you've been in this business for a long time. At any point in your career, was shoplifting something that would get the police there immediately?
It was, yes. And I will tell you, there are some jurisdictions that it does, and they're there, and we've got partnerships with those, as do retailers in many of the jurisdictions that we deal with.
Okay. Also, when approximately what year, if you can, did you start noticing this uptick in retail theft, this increase in retail theft? Can you put a date to that?
I could say that where we really are calling out and absolutely, begging for help, if you will, after Prop 47 was passed, but mostly it was during the COVID pandemic. And since then, it has gotten progressively worse.
Okay. And then as far as the groups that do this, what percentage would be just from individuals? You know, I know we have an organized retail theft problem that we're going to discuss, but what do you think the percentage of shoplifting is just done by individuals?
You know, I'm going to actually defer that to CGA as well, and they will follow up with you, because I can tell you as a association, the members, we are working on trying to gather as much data as we can. But in your store, in order to you don't know in your store, you haven't looked at that? Not a percentage, but does it feel like it's mostly groups of people, or does it feel like it's more just a person than an opportunity? I would tell you that we feel on a daily basis, not in every single store, but on a daily basis, yes, we are seeing retail theft from everyday society. And then when the organized come in, we know that's happening because they're hitting multiple stores and grabbing the same types of items. Right. So yeah.
You may have answered this with your why you stand alone, but do you think that there's no consequences just because the police won't come out, and if the police come out, they won't arrest them, or why do you think there are no consequences?
I'm not really sure, but all I can say is that's how it feels for us. It feels that the public has gotten more brazen and more bold. And we feel as an industry, it's because there are no consequences. And we know in speaking with law enforcement that, they'll come out and they'll write a ticket and that's it. There's no consequences. There's to deal with the situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Beaart, then Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you for your testimony. You have the advantage of going first. People pay more attention to the first witness and our energy levels highest. People after lunch, not so much. On the other hand, you're coming in to testify after, I'll call it a scandal, around representations by the National Retail Federation about the scope and magnitude of retail theft. That's an elephant. It is on the table. And so I don't want to hold you responsible for what they said or did, but rather focus on part of the equation, which is law enforcement has a hard job. They have to prioritize. Murder is very high. Fentanyl overdoses, all that kind of stuff. So when you get to retail, there's an allocation of resources, and those resources are measured and go predominantly towards items that can be charged with most serious offenses. That being said, if you look at the statistics about shrinkage, the percentage of shrinkage, which is lost to you, is about the same between employees and theft by outsiders. So what I'd like to drill down on is what tools you use on the employee theft side that are also applied to outside theft. That is video surveillance, use of programs to assess facial recognition, and other things that help law enforcement detect and either prosecute or deal with the sources of the theft, as opposed to the penalties for the theft, because we all know that I think it's 12% of retail theft leads to an arrest. So you're already dealing with a minority of the actual act. So just focus on the prevention side and maybe the tools on detecting and preventing employee theft. If you could start there.
Okay, great. Long question. I'm going to do my best. It is part of my testimony as well. So I'll go ahead and go to that point. So working in asset management, I can tell you from my company that we have increased the amount that we're spending, and I'm going to call it defensive retailing, on the deterrence and the technology that are out there to deter retail theft. So, I mean, I can go into what some of those items are. We're increasing, retail industry is increasing the number of LP staff that are actually working within the stores. They're employing bottle locks, if you've heard of bottle locks, putting them on the wine and spirits bottles that are within the store. I will say that now you could buy the magnets online, so they're not a complete, catch-all, if you will. Cameras. We are investing more in cameras than we ever have. And I will say more cameras inside the store and more outside of the store. And working with local jurisdictions, they tell us that license plate reader cameras are extremely helpful in being able to identify the culprits that are coming into our driveways, right? So we're doing all that we can to protect our customers, our product, our employees, if you will. The biggest spend that we have is on guards. both armed and unarmed within our stores. And honestly, they're a deterrent. That's what they are. You've got, you know, the most of the time it can stop it, but you've got these criminals that are going to come in and that they know they can't touch them either. Most guard services, you know, they're not going to intervene unless there's a store ops member with them intervening as well. So I hope that answers your question.
No, that was great. If I can just summarize what I think I heard.
Okay.
You've upgraded technology to deal with both employee theft and outside theft. And that includes cameras, physical deterrents like locks on the top of valuable items, and installing more external cameras and license plate readers so you can follow the continuum. As opposed to the video you showed us, the next video next year would show tracking the person or the group who's left the store going into the car and reading the license plate, or you'd create a database of people in the parking lot or in the immediate vicinity in order to be able to track the items. And my last question relates to what I'll call fencing. That is, Congress passed laws dealing with substantial online retailers who are reselling items, which is the most frequent way. And so you've made an important point about it's not bread and milk, it's things that can be resold quickly. Right. What kind of positive liaisons have you had with your partners in law enforcement on detecting and following the reselling process of valuable items? And in other words, has the FBI come, the Secret Service, other parts of federal law enforcement or state law enforcement to help you understand how they could track material from your store?
Right, that's a great question. And I will tell you personally from my company, we have not experienced that type of solution happening, but there are members within our association that have. And so I would ask our CGA staff to follow up with you with that specific answer to your question, because there have been many arrests that have happened due to that, but my company, I can't speak to that.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez, do you want to go?
So much information so early in the day.
Yes.
Thank you. No, this is, I mean, wow. But one of our charges has been around data collection. And so a quick question, you mentioned that you're in the process of collecting further data. What does that look like in terms of how you collect data from your members?
So we're asking our members to provide, number one, more video. Number two, you know, how do we, so I don't want to muddy the waters here. And I
think
know
it's more the process. So it's like just a survey. I mean, is there a more formal, is there a way that they call in? I mean, what is the process to collect the data?
So right now, I mean, great question. We have not had a platform, if you will, to gather all of the data, but working with California Grocers Association right now, we're just sending it in to them. And they are working to collaborate all of the data that we actually need. And I know that the commission is data desperate. So we are working. We want to work with you and work together to be able to provide that information to you.
And then similarly, you mentioned when we're talking about response time and so forth, is there a way to collect data by jurisdiction so we know kind of what's happening in certain areas and other areas?
I would refer to CGA on that. I believe that they would, you know, they could try based on, they know where the retailers are and where we do business. So it's a possibility. So I'll ask CGA to keep that as a collection data point.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Reiner. Commissioner Garcetti.
He was looking right at me. Not my name. How do you pronounce your name?
Melillo. Melillo.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Ms. Melillo, for being here. I've had a lot of experience in this. Both my first job, paid job, was at 12 years old. I was working for Rosie's grocery store in South Central Los Angeles, a tiny little mom and pop store. And during that time, I had various responsibilities, eventually becoming a cashier plus the other things I had. But I brought to the owner's attention, there seemed to be a lot of candy that is stolen because it was outside. And they
Can you
said,
say that
yeah,
again?
candy being stolen by people coming in, young kids, older people, pocketing it, Powerhouse candy bar, pocketing it, going in, and said, you're right, we should do something. And she said, let's move it all behind the cashiers. Okay, so I've had my experience with this, and that really kind of solved that little problem. But my grandfather, an immigrant from Mexico in Superior, Arizona, had a large grocery store in Superior, Arizona, a mining town. And he tasked me with a job that would be, I guess, tasked or identified today as racial discrimination. He said, when you see an Indian, a Native American walk in, I want you to keep an eye on him because they steal a lot. And if they're there, if they know you're watching them, and I'm, what, 14, 15, maybe be tall for my age, but I didn't have much bulk to me. That seemed to indeed intimidate. But we've moved away from that to today. So I have several questions for you. When you say that retail theft has increased dramatically today, what do you base that on?
My experience, what I see, the emails I get from my stores on a daily basis, what I hear in the industry.
And is that based on what their actual experience is, or because of the media has been focusing on this more than they ordinarily would because of some of the higher profile retails like that you showed on the video where more than one person comes in and all of a sudden they're doing what we can see on the video? Or do you know?
I would just say that media has been focusing on the glamour theft, the smash and grab, the Gucci purses, the jewelry stores, what have you. And what I'm here today, happy that the media is talking about this, that we can tell the grocery story, that it's not glamour theft. It's retail theft that's happening daily by all walks of life.
Right. There's no question that that's happening. But I would throw out my own opinion that the media has a much higher degree than we're aware of in focusing our mental status about the fear of crime. And I can go into that for a long time if need be, but I'll just pass on that right now. But I was recently in a Target store near the UCLA campus, and I saw all these locked cabinets. I said, what's going on? They said, oh, people come in here and they're stealing things, just like you said. Who are they? They said homeless, but also students who do this. And said, who are the students? You have to arrest them? And I said, we usually let them go. Sometimes we stop them. And, you know, there are usually tears involved. You know, I'm living in my car, et cetera, that kind of situation, and go forward. So it's a complicated issue. When we see the people of all ethnic races, you know, loading up their carts and just moving on out there, what have you done, or what by you, I'm talking about the industry, done to try and stop those kinds of instances, if anything?
Well, thank you for your question. But I would tell you, I think that we've done and we are doing all that we can by investing in this defensive retailing and deterrent and technology in order to combat that. We are calling police. Not every time, to your point, students will grab the product and, you know, let them go. It takes a lot of time. And just the experience we have on the responsiveness in some jurisdictions, it just doesn't happen all the time.
Okay. What % of your thefts involve or result in some type of violence?
I can't give you a number. In my head, I'm just thinking of instances where they've pushed people down, where our employees, you know, got hurt in trying to grab a handbasket or a cart. So as far as a percentage, I don't have that with me. Again, we can have CGA get back to you in gathering data from others.
Yeah, but I'd be very interested in that, because I don't know if we're talking about 1% or we're talking about 90% or, you know, where it is in between, because when you raise the issue of violence, that does scare people. It would scare me. I'd be more concerned, not more, but as concerned for your employees, because I've been in that situation. But ultimately, you ask us, and I believe said, we need your help. What help do you want?
Going on into my testimony. So absolutely, the help that we believe we need is a change in the way we're combating retail theft. It's help from the legislature. It's going back to the voters. It's putting a ballot initiative on to undo the unintended consequences of Prop 47.
For example, on 47, focus on 47. What changes would you make?
I'll leave it to CGA, but I know some of the things we want to stack.
You're representing
Correct.
the organization. What changes would you make to 47?
We want to see some type of consequence for repeat offenders. We want to see that you stack the crimes. If we've got criminals that are coming into our stores day after day, or, hitting multiple stores in one day and stealing, $499 in one store and $499 in the next, stack those, and that's over your $900 fee. So that's what we're looking for.
Okay,
we're looking for legislation to give the police and the district attorneys the tools they need to be able to get real sentences for the criminals that are doing retail theft in our stores today.
And don't forget the city attorneys and local prosecutors, not just the DA's office involved. So I can understand and appreciate all that. So let's say you have the multiple offender or the stacking of someone that comes in front of a judge and the evidence is there. Where's that going to leave you? What kind of a sentence would you want a judge to impose? And where is that going to leave you in terms of deterrence? Or, what does this accomplish?
I'll tell you that I'm just a grocer. So I don't have the answers to that.
You're representing the organization.
Correct.
And you're strong about changing 47. So I'm pushing you a little bit because I think the legislators needs to know, well, what changes do you want to make? And what are the consequences of those changes? What is a judge going to say when you bring in, a case like this? Do you want me to send them to prison? Is that what you want to do?
Keep them out of our stores, and whatever that takes, that's
the life in prison.
That's retail growth. That's a retail grocer's opinion.
Okay. That seems to be a little unreasonable in terms of what can be done. What practically can be done when you have someone who has done this and has done it repeatedly? Do you want to keep them out of the stores, but is keeping them in jail for 5 months or 3 months or 2 months or a year and a half, is that going to keep them out of your stores?
I don't know, but you asked me a question earlier on the percentage of incidents that are violent. I would tell you one incident against my employee is violent.
Okay.
So I'm coming to you today to work with you on finding what's the right balance. What are the consequences for Prop 47? We know there needs to be a change, and I'll leave it to CGA to continue to provide the data and what you need to answer the question.
Yeah, I don't argue at all with you on the issue when an employee is physically assaulted, even pushed to the floor. That's an additional crime to the theft. I'm just talking about theft right now, but I appreciate your effort at addressing my questions. And contrary to what one of my commissioners said, I'll be wide awake after lunch to be asking questions to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcetti. Commissioner Johnson, followed by Commissioner Beaart.
Ms. Melillo, I heard you say one of your chief concerns is these repeat offenders. And my question for you is in regards to what you can do to help law enforcement. You mentioned you've invested heavily in cameras and even facial detection technology. Will you commit to continuing investing in those technologies? Number one. And number two, will you make that data fully available to law enforcement were they to ask for it?
I can tell you that we cooperate 100% with law enforcement. We provide all the video that they are looking for. We say that we will prosecute each and every time. And we do. We mean that. To answer your question on continuing to invest in deterrent technology and new technologies, I just want to remind the commission that retail grocery operates on a very thin margin, 2 to 3% profit margin. So every dollar counts. So we're taking a look at what we're spending in defensive retailing right now, and it's more than we would ever want to spend. We would rather be spending money back into those stores that serve the communities, doing more for the employees, doing more for the community. So, you know, to answer your question, I'm not sure, but I know we're going to continue to do what we need to do to keep our customers and our employees safe.
Thank you. I've got Commissioner Beaart, then followed by Commissioner Hernandez.
I'm in a slightly better mood than Gil. So I want to go to a world where Proposition 47 isn't the target. Let's just put that aside for a second. And if you think about the problem, the scope of the problem, it's anecdotally compelling, statistically fuzzy. That doesn't mean we shouldn't act. And I want to go back to the prevention deterrence component. Do you believe that the legislature should support what the governor did, which is allocating, I think, $267 million to local law enforcement and prosecutors' offices? That's a yes or no question.
Do I believe it helped?
Yes.
Sure, it helped.
Okay. Do you think that retailers writ large, especially small retailers, should be eligible for a grant or loan program to build in the deterrence capability that you're talking about, that you as an organization may be able to afford, but a small mom and pop grocery store couldn't? Should the government subsidize the deterrence?
I think that grocers would welcome grants that would help us in our deterrent spend.
Okay, so are there other things the government can do other than lowering the dollar amount to denominate something a felony?
I'm going to leave that to CGA to answer. I think we need to continue to gather the data and have a good story to tell. This was early on. I mean, a good story to tell for the commission so they understand that.
Let me just pick on story.
Okay.
We don't deal with stories. We're trying to deal with facts.
Understood.
And the facts are not as clear as you suggested. The study you cited has flaws. The National Retail Federation study was incorrect, was retracted. We don't have the luxury of making conclusions on the basis of incomplete or incorrect information. So the story is compelling, but it's not the whole answer, which is why we're trying to focus on what concrete things the government could do by scaling it to the facts that we know or can ascertain. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez, and then Vice Chair Cannella.
Facts, facts, and more facts. You mentioned that a lot of times, actually, I think it was Commissioner Garcetti mentioned that a lot of times it's not just retail theft. It can be compounded with maybe assault or violence or vandalism. Are you also collecting that information, and can you share by percentage in terms of how many times retail theft is connected with something else?
We are trying, let me put it that way, to be able to separate the data on how it happened, on you know, how we classify it. So yes, there is vandalism, right? We've got populations that are coming in having a mental episode, I'll call it, and they're throwing down displays. So yes, we consider that, that's part of our shrink, right? That's part of that number. So we will continue to work, or the members will continue to work with CGA to try and get you the stats that you're looking for.
Vice Chair Cannella.
Yeah, after some of the questioning, my heart rate's elevated a little bit.
So's mine. Yeah.
Let me finish though. I mean, the reality is you are not part of the Grocers Association. You are here as an individual talking about your experiences. And your facts are that you've seen an uptick in retail theft. And sometimes you're scared, sometimes you're frustrated, and you don't have all the solutions because that's not your job. we're the ones that are going to come up with potential solutions and make a recommendation to the legislature. So thank you for being here and talking about your experiences.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me look at other commissioner. Yes, Garcetti.
But you're here, in addition to your personal experience, you're representing a group, are you not?
Yes.
Okay. One question. I've heard for decades that the profit margin for grocery stores is 2-3%. I have no question with that's accurate. But in order to keep it at 2-3%, given all that you have to do in terms of trying to protect from the theft that we've been engaging in, that adds to the costs to the company, right?
Yes.
And so if you keep it at 2-3%, that means that the prices on the shelf for the customer is higher, just to cover what they have to do to protect from theft. Is that correct?
It's one way to recoup costs. Absolutely. There's several ways to remain a profitable business. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions from commissioners, but I have a couple. Are any of the losses that the industry experiences recoverable through insurance? And if you don't know, then the grocers can respond to that. But in terms of your experience, right? As you measure, shrinkage is one thing, and then a subset out of that is going to be the actual shoplifting or the retail theft portion of it. So is there some aspect of it for which you can file a claim?
Not in retail theft.
Okay. With respect to, there's a phrase that says you can't manage what you don't measure. And I think what the commissioners are telling you is that the conversation about retail theft, insofar as it has manifested itself up to this point, is somewhat uncertain and unclear, because there's a number of definitions for retail theft. There's subsets of retail theft. There are some arrest information, some prosecution information. And so you may not be able to tell us, so it's really a question for the association. And I suspect it'll be provided to staff, but what I would like to know, and I think it would be helpful to the commission, what are the elements of the incidents that you are tabulating, and what is the process that you go about pulling that information? I don't expect you, right, to tell me that. As I said, I'm grateful for the Bristol Farms and the Lazy Acres in Santa Barbara. But in order for any body that makes a determination as for recommendations, or even more specifically, legislation, the data, and as you said, we are desperate for data, and we're not the only ones. But it then, I think, falls to organizations like yours to exert extraordinary efforts to compile the information so that decision-making bodies can feel confident that they're not reacting to headlines, that we're not overreacting to videos. Because, I mean, I'm 75 years old, I'm willing to admit that. But when I was growing up, we didn't have 5, 10, 15 people taking movies on their phones, so that the experience then becomes a public one. That didn't happen when I was a kid. And I'm hopeful that the association is also collecting the information on the expense associated with the measures that you're undertaking to reduce theft, because that, I think, is going to be helpful in fleshing out the extent and the nature of the issue of the retail theft. And that's basically all I have. Yeah, Commissioner Sidley.
I just want to follow up with 2 quick points. You had indicated that you have a problem with Prop 47 as it's currently constituted. I'm just curious, how is it that you would come up, if somebody was stealing the grocery basket full of foods, how do you come up with a number to say that that basket was less than $950 or it was $450? How is that done?
It's a great question. And I can tell you the way, sometimes we can account for the amount that goes out the door. Sometimes we can't, but we can get a great idea by just taking a look via the cameras on what's in that basket, and also checking our shelves. Grocery, know what's on their shelves. The department managers know what's on their shelves. They face their stores in the morning and they know what's going out the door and through the register during the day. They know whether it's been sold or not. We do have, reports that can show proof of sales. So we can deduce to get to the numbers that we need to get to.
So then when you file a police report on all of this, do you then file the dollar amount? I mean, do you go through and list it all and file the dollar amount with the police?
In every instance that we can, yes, we do.
Okay. And that's got, I assume, time consuming for staff to go through. And so there's a cost to doing that.
Correct.
So the other thing is, and I believe that it's probably going to come from CGA as well. I'd love to know the percentage the percentage of where somebody's had a problem, where somebody's had some retail theft, then it goes to prosecution, and then there's a conviction, and what is the sentence? I think that data is extremely important. I see you shaking your head.
I mean, respectfully, I appreciate the question. Sorry, Daniel Hahn in the very first.
Why don't you go to the mic so that way it's going to be clear to people who are watching, and it's also preserved in perpetuity.
Absolutely. And thank you, Chairman. And I apologize for my head shaking, but I do appreciate.
You have to touch the pad so the green light goes on.
Am I on?
There you go.
Okay. I apologize for my head shaking because this has been a great discussion this morning, and I really appreciate the level of engagement here. I think I'm shaking my head because I've been with the grocers now for about 4 weeks, and I've been taking a deep dive on this topic. And frankly, the challenge is that the data that you all are asking for pretty much does not exist. And I say that as, I'm a former chief of staff to mayor. Like, I've been on this situation of saying, prove to me that what you're saying is true. I think the challenge is that this phenomenon that we're seeing around retail theft is relatively new, right? And so this is something where you don't have decades of data, or this isn't something the industry's been tracking, because as has been said, like, this is something that's really kind of come to light in the last 10 years. And I think we've seen it accelerate over the last few. But the other reason, frankly, I was shaking my head really is because I think so much of what you're asking for should be in the hands of law enforcement, right? It should be our district attorneys. It should be our police departments. Those should be the folks that have that information.
Well, but I would suggest that the Bristol Farms should know their numbers. I mean, let's not ask the whole Grocers Association. I would imagine Bristol Farms tracks.
Oh, and I completely agree. And that's frankly what we're in the process of doing. But I'm telling you, this is where the data we're going to give you is going to be maybe not apples and oranges, but like oranges and tangerines. And so I'm letting you know that. But I think ultimately, this is where we need to be working with law enforcement. Frankly, we need to be working with academics and others so that we can start to kind of apply some real rigor to this issue. But between what you're hearing from her today, we could have this whole roster full of our members basically saying the same thing. So I recognize the disconnect. I recognize the desire for better data. I'm telling you, we're never going to quite get to where we want to get to on this one.
So I mean, as everyone's been asking, and this is not to put you on the spot and make you feel uncomfortable, but you have indicated that there's a problem with a particular statute. And so if you want us to make some sort of recommendation to change it, then we're looking like, well, is that really what the problem is? Or is there something else that's driving this problem? So for me in particular, if I just knew what Bristol Farms has done, if you have that data from last year to this year, you said it's, pandemic and now, that would be very helpful to see something other than what you're feeling. I need more than that. I'm not saying that what you're feeling isn't correct. We're looking for something to sink our teeth in, because for a lot of people, changing Prop 47 is a huge ask. And so if you're asking anybody here to make such a recommendation, we need to know why and whether or not that's going to be the answer, or if the answer is something else where Commissioner Beaart had suggested a grant or something along those lines. Because again, we understand it's expensive to try to keep the mechanisms there for the AI. It's also fewer employees in some of these stores. And is that really the impact? So I don't have an answer, but I can say to you, you can help yourself by giving us what you've got.
So, and thank you so much for that comment and clarification, Commissioner, because I think that the type of kind of trend and change over time data that you're talking about is really what we're trying to collect from our members. I will also say kind of that comment about a grant program was well appreciated, but I think frankly, if we're going to be taking grants from the state, we'd much rather be using that to like open stores in communities that need stores, right? I think that's a different kind of partnership. Frankly, if the state's going to expend resources on this topic, let's expend them on both law enforcement, but also the kind of social services that Lynn alluded to earlier. And I think that gets then to your question around Prop 47, which I appreciate Lynn's fielding of those questions, because frankly, it was not fair for her to be put on the spot like that. But I think we're in a position to say, like, absolutely, we understand the sensitivities around Prop 47. We understand that it was done because there was a recognition that our jails were overcrowded and that there were people who were going to jail for things that were not necessarily criminal behavior, right? But as she alluded to, there seems to be an overcorrection. We see that playing out in our communities up and down California. And so we're now in a place where we say, yes, look, there needs to be penalties involved. There needs to be real deterrence, but let's focus on repeat offenders. Let's focus on people who are doing things that are basically indefensible, either legally or socially. So I think from our perspective, like, we're ready to have that conversation, but I also think even then a narrow focus on criminalizing behavior is probably not the whole conversation. We recognize again that there's inadequate county services, there's inadequate opportunities to rehabilitate people and things like that. We want to be part of that conversation, but we're ready to start here.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I have great patience for the witness because she works for a grocery store, but the grocers, you should have specific items that you would like to see. So if you want to change Prop 47, what are your recommendations? This is the conversation. What other conversation are we going to have?
Yeah, no, I thank you very much for that question. So I think the conversation around the 950 threshold is misguided, just in that I think that's not the real issue here. I think the real issue is how do you identify and penalize repeat offenders? And I think that can be done basically by just making relatively minor modifications to the law. My understanding is right now, like, I could walk into your store, steal $800 of items, then to walk into Lynn's store, steal $800 of items, and those two things don't count against each other. I've committed 2 misdemeanors, right? We're saying add those things up. Like that, I could have one crazy afternoon where I steal thousands of dollars of stuff, but if I do it right, it's just 30 misdemeanors instead of 1 felony. And so it's relatively simple things like that we think if they're made, we can have a real impact.
So I will suggest you could stack misdemeanors on top of each other and get a longer sentence. So sorry.
And I appreciate that, but I think your next panel, and perhaps Commissioner Garcetti, that, I mean, you're a former prosecutor, like they can speak to, I think, the best tools and mechanisms to do that. I think we just want to be a part of kind of creating that deterrent on the front end, but then frankly, helping them create the record that they're going to need to prosecute this behavior.
Okay, great. Well, hopefully the grocers can give us a list of things that you think that would be helpful, because that would be helpful to us. And I do want to, again, thank the witness for being here.
And we'll do that. Thank you, Vice Chair.
All right. Before you go away, I just want to make sure we have on the record, you're Daniel Conway, the Vice President of Government Relations for the California Grocers Association. I got that right?
Correct, Chairman. Thank you.
Good. I can read your business card. And Commissioner Hernandez.
So thank you for making that point about the threshold in Prop 47. I want to ask a question of staff, because they educated me today in that it wasn't actually Prop 47 that changed the threshold in 2014. It was actually another legislation in 2010. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. It was a bill by Assemblymember Amiano. We triple-checked this with the legislature. They expressed their frustration that everyone thinks the threshold was changed through Prop 47 that made other changes, but the actual change of the threshold to $950 was Assemblymember Amiano bill, and we can obviously get you that bill number. In fact, Crystal may have it. We will get you the bill number.
Okay. One closing comment, if I might.
Yeah, please.
A positive one. Please go back to your employer and tell them how much I enjoy their store. When I can afford it, I go to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. And just as you noted on the agenda, the next group are those folks that we're going to have some questions, and I'm sure will be enlightening, because they are a Chief Deputy District Attorney, Bureau Director of Fraud and Corruption and Assistant Chief Criminal Branch, LA City Attorney. Thank you very much. I'm sure you got the surprise that you weren't anticipating today, but I do have to say you did acquit yourself very well. We can be challenging at times, but the truth of the matter is we do it because when we are able to drill down and get the information we need, it really lends credibility and credence to the recommendations that we make. Thank you for your help.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today, and we look forward to working with the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Crystal. Your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next panel includes Jonathan Raven, Chief Deputy District Attorney for the Yolo County's District Attorney's Office. He is also starting a position as the Assistant CEO for the California District Attorneys Association and is testifying on behalf of them today. The panel then will go to Marc Beaart, Bureau Director, Bureau of Fraud and Corruption Prosecutions for the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office. And finally, we will hear from Will Rivera, Assistant Chief of the Criminal Branch, Los Angeles City Attorney's Office. Gentlemen, I would ask you to please give your presentations in agenda order. So Chief Deputy Raven will be up first. And please be sure to unmute yourself and turn on your videos before presenting. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. And as for the witnesses, you're testifying remotely. We will be able to see as you come across the screen, and I would just suggest to the commissioners, just make a decision about whether you want to ask them questions individually, or when you get to the point where you hear from all three of them. Either way, if you want to make a question or a comment, please feel free to do so.
Mr. Raven, go ahead, please.
Thank you and good morning, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel to talk about the challenges of retail theft in California. I feel at home with my fellow LA prosecutors. I grew up in LA and went to law school there. I think right after I finished law school, Mr. Garcetti was the DA of LA. Go Dodgers, go Shohei. You can take the boy out of LA, but you can't take LA out of the boy. I've been in law enforcement for nearly 30 years, including 24 years at the Yolo County DA's office and 4 years working in an appointed position with then Attorney General Bill Lockyer. It's actually 38.336 years, according to PERS. I'm going to be retiring at the end of the month and taking a position as the Assistant CEO of the California DA's Association. In Yolo County, which is where UC Davis is located and just west of Sacramento, we are tough on violent criminals in order to protect the community. However, if one commits a crime in Yolo County driven by mental illness, substance use disorder, or even adverse childhood experiences, Yolo is the place to commit the crime because we're going to work to decriminalize, take a non-traditional prosecution route, and help that person get well so they can become a contributing member of society. When I first became a deputy DA, we viewed every case coming across our desk as a nail. And as you know, what tool do we use when we have a nail? A hammer. Well, today we've evolved and realized there are many tools in the tool belt to handle cases that are referred to us by the police. And we need all the necessary tools to do our job and help society. And what I found in working hands-on in mental health court and addiction intervention courts is in order to get criminally involved individuals help, we often need to incentivize them to engage. Unfortunately, misdemeanors rarely, if ever, offer these incentives in today's criminal justice system. In our programs, the possibility of a felony incentivizes engagement, and I've seen that time and time again. And once these individuals engage and see how great our programs are, they're motivated to work hard and get well. Treatment over jail. I've seen participants who graduate say time and time again that the program saved their life and they needed to be nudged into it, incentivized. So retail theft. We all know about the explosion of retail theft in California over the past few years. And the question is, how can we address this mountainous challenge in a manner that is well-informed, surgical, and not draconian? How can we continue with the evolving goal of prioritizing treatment over jail? Unless, of course, public safety calls for something different, the treatment approach is the best approach. In Yolo County, our office is on the tip of the spear with one innovative project, which I want to share with you. We were one of 2 DA's offices nationwide to receive a grant from the National District Attorneys Association to combat retail theft. The other is King County in Seattle. Our plan here in Yolo, we call FastPass. The idea is first to get retailers to report all theft because we know from the retailers that retail theft is vastly underreported. We've spoken personally to executives from the major big box stores such as Walmart and Target on this issue. Next, what we want to do is we want to assist local law enforcement who don't really have the resources to properly investigate retail theft cases. So FastPass will allow us to work directly with retailers and train their loss prevention officers to send cases directly to the DA's office for review for prosecution. This will take the police out of the equation for the most part and allow them to focus their limited resources on violent crimes. And FastPass will be a model for DA's offices across the country. If my boss were here, he'd say that isn't enough. I mentioned something about the necessary tools to do our job, and that's where Proposition 47 comes in. Proposition 47 took away some of these tools that we had in the tool belt. Proposition 47 was well-meaning and made some positive and important changes in the area of criminal justice reform by focusing on treatment and not jail. But like many laws and initiatives, there were some unintended consequences. Namely, the result was not more, but less treatment. And we need to see some small modifications and tweaks. Some said we have the tools to combat retail theft, but we aren't using them. Well, that's simply not true from a practical standpoint. The tools are dull and ineffective, and they are too narrowly defined. And our poll of DAs across the state shows they're ineffective. So there's an initiative that'll be on the ballot, and Proposition 47 is crystal clear that changes must be made by the voters. And these changes are meant to give DAs the tools to help individuals who commit multiple thefts and multiple drug crimes. And again, the goal is not to incarcerate unless it's absolutely necessary to protect society. As DAs, we look forward to working with all our partners, including law enforcement, the Retailers Association, the legislature, bodies like Little Hoover, and the public, to strive to solve this growing retail theft problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn to Vice Chair.
Thank you very much for being here. First off, that Dodger parking thing is not going to distract me here. As a Giants fan. So, so first off, what we've heard previously is that the cops will arrest, but then the DAs they won't prosecute, and so they won't arrest anymore. Is that the case? Is that what you see?
No.
Or do you think that's accurate?
That's a good question. I don't think that's accurate. The cops arrest. They're basically for misdemeanors given a ticket, and they're told to appear in court. And we have data that shows that for the vast majority of these individuals, they don't appear in court and they fail to appear. But when we get the cases prosecuted, we do charge the cases. So I'm not sure where that information is coming from, but prosecutors, DA's offices, we charge the cases, but we're limited with misdemeanors because, as I mentioned, there's the failures to appear. And misdemeanors these days have very little teeth. And it was a really good comment that one of your members made about stacking on time for misdemeanors. Misdemeanors don't serve time in jail. That's just the way it is. And maybe they shouldn't, because we have over incarcerated over the years, and now we're trying to change that. But so we're not going to get results by stacking misdemeanor convictions.
So you can't do any jail time for a misdemeanor?
Sure you can.
So that's a good question. And the operative word you said is can't. And someone on the panel said, sure you can. Yes, you can, but the practical reality is they don't. And that's just
so. Why not? I mean, I'm not an attorney, so if a person is a repeat offender or they keep getting misdemeanors, why won't they go to jail?
One reason is our jails are overcrowded and they prioritize. And so we have very few in Yolo County, we have very few individuals convicted of misdemeanors sitting in our jails.
Okay, so practically they can, but there's no space in the jails, because we've also heard that. I mean, it's the cops won't arrest because the DAs won't prosecute. The DAs won't prosecute because there's no room in the jails. So it's kind of everybody's pointing the finger.
Well, where are you hearing that the DAs won't prosecute? Because I've never heard that, and maybe that's true in some counties. But
yeah, I think we heard it from our last meeting, but I've certainly heard it from other stakeholders.
Okay, I don't think that's accurate, but
okay.
I'm sure.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Beaart, followed by Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you for your testimony. One fact quibble. We've been informed by staff that the threshold was not changed in Proposition 47, but in a previously enacted statute from 2010. So the narrative that things have changed recently because of Proposition 47 rests on a potentially erroneous platform. My question is, I want to focus on the part of the conversation that the DA's office has with local law enforcement and largely with the defense attorneys on, I'll call it diversion or diversion with drug treatment, and put that into the category of not, N-O-T, organized theft with 5 people where there's a fencing operation, et cetera. It's a person. And your argument, which has a lot of merit, in my view, that you want to encourage people to seek the treatment that can help them get out of the cycle of theft or violence and deal with underlying addiction and things like that. What is it that would be helpful by permitting stacking or other tools to encourage this agreement to go into pretrial diversion and or drug treatment that doesn't risk using incarceration as the default solution? And the reason I'm pressing on this is there certainly have been times in the past where people go, well, we can't send them to drug treatment because there's no money for drug treatment. There's no alternative, and if we're going to have punishment, we have to send them to jail. So I appreciate and know somewhat firsthand the Yolo experience of mental health treatment, and it's very good compared to lots of other counties. So I don't doubt your bona fides, but help me understand the conversation about diversion and why a felony threshold will materially change that without jeopardizing excessive incarceration.
That's a really good question. And I would say, first off, to your first comment, you know, the issue really isn't the $950 threshold. The issue is that there's no, really no path to charge a felony with these cases. Basically no path. I'm not going to say zero. But that's a great question about the felony because it seems odd, but the problem is with the misdemeanors, the population who are committing these crimes, misdemeanors have no consequences, basically. They really don't. That's the practical fact. They don't. And that's unfortunate. And because of that, a lot of these individuals who have substance use disorders and mental health issues and adverse childhood experiences, they're not well. And so if given the option at that point of putting in time and work to get well and become productive members of society, when the other option is really no punitive consequence on a misdemeanor, they're going to choose door number one and just take their misdemeanor, where, as I said, they're really not going to do any jail time, okay? If you have this option of a felony, you have some incentive. And some might say some leverage. Now, you know, my view is you don't want to go the incarceration route, and you want to work really, really hard to encourage them to take the route where they're going to get treatment and get well. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of this population, just like we all make choices, you know, about what's a better option, and the better option for them is to seek treatment rather than face some jail time on a felony. And I'm not talking state prison time. And they will choose the option of getting treatment. And when they choose it, they're not necessarily choosing it because they want to get well. And there's a whole lot of, you know, controversy about coerced treatment. But initially they're going in because they're being kind of nudged in, as I said earlier. But if you have a good program, and that's the thing, and that's the challenge across the state, we need good programs and we need resources, they start realizing the support they have and the treatment, and they start getting better, and then they start engaging, and then they're on their way to basically turning their life around, which I've seen over and over again, because I'm very involved in these courts. It's the nice thing about being the chief deputy is I can pick and choose, and probably not that many chief deputies are involved directly in these courts, but I am, and we're in a smaller county. And it's probably the most fulfilling experience of my career, getting a murder conviction, sending someone to prison for killing someone, that you're getting justice. But this is something where we're all working together. Every party, every partner wants the same outcome when we're all rowing the boat in the same direction, as opposed to in the normal criminal justice system where we're all fighting each other and it's really a zero sum. This is a non-zero sum, and it's been very, very successful here in Yolo County.
Thank you. And commissioners, the lineup is Commissioner Hernandez, Commissioner Garcetti, followed by Commissioner Aroner.
Thank you for your testimony. So yes, there's this belief system that if you steal, there are no punitive consequences. And we're trying to figure out kind of the process in terms of the arrest, the DA. But what you just said, and is that if you get a misdemeanor, you don't show up, and that's it. I mean, so in essence,
you know what? You're exactly right, and I know you were saying it with a bit of a smile, but the reality is, and I think it's much different than when Mr. Garcetti was the district attorney in the 90s. But the reality is, you fail to appear, and police don't go out to try to find misdemeanor warrants. You're out there until you're stopped for another reason, and then you're arrested, and then you're given a notice to appear, and then you don't appear again, and it happens again and again and again and again. So really, nothing really happens when you're charged with a misdemeanor and given a notice to appear. That's the reality, sadly.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Commissioner Garcetti.
Good to be engaging you, Jonathan. Thank you. Let me just follow up on what Commissioner Hernandez brought up. So if a bench warrant is issued, the court does not immediately tell the sheriff, go and find this person. I'm assuming that's correct, right?
That's correct. And that, yeah,
okay.
That's correct.
Okay. How many bench officers are there in Yolo County?
There's probably 12, 13 judges. Well, judges or bench officers, some are commissioners.
And how many deputy DAs do you have?
About 38.
Okay. And the sheriff's department, do you know how large they are?
Sheriff's department is roughly, I would say, not counting the correctional officers who work in the jail, the deputies, probably 60. Okay. So it's nothing like LA.
Has your office ever considered, or have they in fact asked the court to issue a bench warrant on someone who everyone in the community knows is a repeat offender in terms of theft from stores, who now has been given a citation, doesn't show up to issue a bench warrant, to go ahead and enforce the bench warrant, tell the sheriff's department, I want you to find him and bring him in, or her?
Well, so I'm not sure that would, there might be an issue with separation of powers there, with the judicial branch and executive branch, with the court telling the sheriff how to do their job. But, I think we have had situations where when we have had individuals who seem to be causing major damage to the public because of their crimes, where we've tried to get the police or the sheriff to put some focus and effort on arresting them. But you'd be surprised. Well, maybe you wouldn't. There are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of warrants out there on misdemeanors, and even the felony warrants in California, because of the lack of resources with police. Generally, police don't proactively go out looking for individuals who have felony warrants, unless it's something really, really, really violent. And that's just the practical nature of our system right now.
Okay, I mean, I remember from my court days where someone doesn't show up, a witness doesn't show up, a bench warrant is issued, and the judge directs the sheriff to go and find that person. So maybe things have changed, maybe the workload is too much, I don't know. But when you say that their misdemeanors do not serve any time, even if they're sentenced to, let's say, 120 days, 180 days in jail, I take it that's an exaggeration, because if you have a repeat DUI offender or domestic violence individual, are they not serving any time?
Yeah, so you are correct. And if I made that an absolute or testified in absolute terms, that is not correct. So in some instances, misdemeanor offenders will serve jail time. But as I said, many jails are under consent decrees, and they can only have so many individuals in the jail cells. And so what the sheriff does, as many of you know, is they basically prioritize from felonies, violent, less violent, and then it goes all the way to misdemeanors. Probably DV, domestic violence, or DUIs would be on the top of the list of misdemeanors. But when you get to the non-violent crimes, like the theft crimes, probably in most counties and most jails, they're not going to be the ones you're going to see sitting in jail. It's going to be individuals convicted of felonies or individuals, waiting for trial that are in custody.
And to your knowledge, do you or the judges know, what the limit is in terms of the consent decrees? You can't put another person in. If you put another person in, we're going to have to release someone else. Do you know what numbers? Are they aware of that number? Are you aware of that number?
I'm not aware of the number, and that's something, I could find out the number, but that's something that is under the auspices of our sheriff.
Right.
And there again, we have had situations where we have tried between the judge and the DA's office to encourage them or persuade them to keep someone in custody. And they basically say, we have the consent decree. We as the sheriff are going to determine who stays in custody and who doesn't.
Right. That's been in place even before the consent decree. But Sheriff Cooper is going to be testifying this afternoon, and we'll ask him about that. But the last question is the biggest question. You are supportive of your office or your organization that you will be a part of, the California DA's Association, wants to change Proposition 47. What are the specific changes you want to make? And I'm assuming that you would hope that this commission would endorse some or all of those changes. I'd like to know what they are and why you're asking for them.
Yeah, and I think the question of, I've talked a lot about why we're asking for them already, and I can certainly answer more questions because that's a really good question. What is it that would make a difference? And so I think an individual who has 2 prior petty theft convictions could be subject to a felony charge. Currently, that is not the case. This is all intertwined with drug use also, substance use disorders, petty thefts, homelessness, it's all related. So for drug use, it would be 3 prior convictions. So the 4th could be subject to a felony. But one of the large things and important things with the changes that we would want to see and we think would be helpful, and there was some testimony to this earlier, is, an individual can go to, 30 Target stores across a region in a day or in a matter of 5 days. And as long as they're taking less than $950, they're going to have 5, 10, 20, 40 misdemeanor charges. And those cases will be charged and will be arrested, but it's, 40, 30 misdemeanors. So I think it's the aggregation that's really important. So if an individual goes to, 5 stores in a day and steals $900 worth of merchandise, and again, what we're seeing is it's not baby formula or people that are homeless and hungry. It's individuals that are stealing to resell, the resale market. But I think it would be helpful to be able to aggregate and not have. So if it's multiple incidents, you could aggregate the dollar amounts and then be able to charge a felony.
Forgive my lack of knowledge, but do you have that specific language that would amend Proposition 47?
I'm not sure if the question is, do I have it?
Okay.
My guess. I don't have it committed to memory, but I do.
No.
I do have it that I could definitely, send it. You could get.
Please, that would be helpful to the commission to actually see in writing what you were proposing, the exact language. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Aaroner, followed by Commissioner Sidley. And then we're going to need to move on to the other two witnesses.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm one of the assignments that the legislature gave us, right? I think that we received a letter from I guess 62 members of the legislature, which by the way is a simple majority right there. And having said that, one of the issues for them is this data issue. That's why we're spending so much time on it. You in your remarks, you are saying that you think that some of this is a social issue, right? Which I understand completely, except that is there data to back up what you're saying regarding people that are drug users and or have mental health problems? Because certainly it's hard. I guess it's hard for me to imagine that smash and grab folks, to me is organized crime, and whether or not all of those individuals that are participating in that have mental health issues and or substance abuse issues. So is there data to back up that statement?
I'm not sure if there is data to back up that statement, because when you talk about the smash and grabs, you're probably correct. What we do in Yolo County is we don't have black and white rules and lines of demarcation. Every case is different. And, we used to view every case in the same way and treat them the same way, but we realize all individuals who are committing offenses are different and have different experiences and different motivations. So, there could be some of the smash and grabs where individuals who are, some of them are at the lowest level and they're just, going and doing the smash and grab. They're not even probably taking in that much money. And some of them could be doing it to feed their drug habits, But the answer to your question is I don't have that specific data. And it's a really, really good question, because Yolo County, and I don't know how many of you know much about our county, but we're really, really big on data. And, we actually drafted and sponsored 3 bills this past year that were all signed by the governor. And one of them was to require all DAs across the state to have a data transparency portal like we have. So that's a really good question, because I think data is important, and data is what drives change.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sidley.
So, Jonathan, thank you. Building on what you've just said about all your data, it would be very helpful for this commission to see data on if retail theft is increasing. So over the years, if you're tracking these cases and how many you're prosecuting, it would also be very helpful to see how many convictions you get and whether or not people get any time. I know what you've testified to, and I appreciate that, but I'd like to see what the sentence is, and then is it a revolving door? So that data would be extremely helpful for the commission, and I appreciate it if you could send that to us.
Certainly.
One last question, if I may.
Of course.
Thank you. Jonathan, I know this is not exactly in your responsibility, but if you could get the information, be helpful. How many people are in the county jail today, tomorrow, whatever date it is, and break that down in terms of how many people are in custody sentenced to misdemeanors, 2 are waiting trial for misdemeanors, and 3, how many are sentenced or are awaiting trial for felonies? And what is the capacity of the jail under the consent decree?
Are you talking the jail in Yolo County?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the county jail. County jail.
You're talking Yolo County, not across the state.
Correct. Yolo County.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm hoping staff is. I'm trying to take notes, but I'm hoping staff over there are taking down these questions so I can get them and get you your answers.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Seeing no further questions, appreciate your participation, and thank you for providing us some insight with respect to Yolo County, and also appreciate your representation as part of the California District Attorneys Association. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Crystal.
Mr. Beaart, if you can go ahead, please.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the commission, and specifically, I'd like to address Commissioner Garcetti for staying involved with the community and for hiring me in the district attorney's office. And we really brought down the numbers on domestic violence murders, more so than any other DA. And so I will always hold that for him as a tremendous accomplishment. We recognize in Los Angeles that there is a crisis in organized retail theft. And we've responded to that crisis. And we are grateful to Governor Newsom and the legislature for providing us with a task force. That has galvanized all of us in law enforcement on working on this issue. Since the task force has started with California Highway Patrol resources, with the sheriff's office alone, we filed 94 organized retail theft cases. With LAPD and with California Highway Patrol, we filed 47 suspects on 20 cases, and all of those were crews. So in organized retail, the way we look at the threat landscape is crews and opportunists. Crews are very well organized. They'll travel the state or into multiple counties. They'll hit specific retailers at specific times. They'll give instructions to their thieves on how to dress, on how to work, how to escape, what to take. And it's like one of those bank robber movies, right? They had a timer. It's like 2 minutes in and out. And then you have the opportunists. These are people who are stealing an item that's a small amount of money, or they're experiencing homelessness, or they have mental health issues. This is a different category within organized crime, within organized retail theft. It's not even really organized, but it just happens to fall under the umbrella. And we are working on that. However, what I will say, zero bail and Prop 47 are not impediments to the successful apprehension and prosecution of those that commit crimes. We have adequate resources given to us by the state and the legislature. And specifically, if we have an individual that will hit 3 stores over 2 days, we can identify that individual, we can aggregate the crimes, and we can come over the loss amount of over $950 under the organized retail theft statute of 490.1. That's what we're working on in the district attorney's office in addressing this problem. We have a predictive analyst who will go through past cases and filings and work with retailers on pinpointing those individuals who are routinely stealing small amounts, but in a large enough a number when you start adding all the separate incidents. So we also believe that defensive retailing is another part of the solution to this problem. We are not going to arrest and prosecute our way out. We need retailers to understand that self-checkout should be 10 items or less, that entrances within fire codes should be narrowed. High-end luxury stores should have lines outside queuing their customers so they won't have a mass amount of people within their stores. Jewelry stores should have vestibules like they do on the East Coast. Now, I'm not saying it's right, but the experience, the retail experience in California, specifically within cities, is going to change. That is just the reality. I'm stating that as a private individual. But in law enforcement, we recognize the problem. We're working together with all the various agencies in LA County. We're working with the Attorney General's office, the AUSA, and the Los Angeles City Attorney's office, among other municipal city attorneys. So we're galvanized on the problem. The road to success is always under repair. And I'm not saying we've turned the tide here, but I've seen the numbers drop. And I have 9 divisions, over 100 prosecutors, and I have a pretty good eye on this. And I speak nearly daily with retailers all throughout our county.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaart.
Thank you very much. Your testimony is incredibly important and fact-based, and we appreciate that. I want to focus on the resale opportunities. That is the opportunity to go after people who resell items that have been stolen either by employees or by outsiders, whether it's opportunistic or organized. Could you describe for us the work that you and colleagues have done with your federal brethren on going after resellers, including eBay and Amazon and others, and whether there's a pattern that emerges and or that changes over time of items that are kind of hot commodities in the resale market, and whether helping retail stores by identifying those areas might help them on their preventive side to put more defensive measures in a store if an item is being stolen more frequently or there's a hotter market. Think of that as catalytic converters for auto break-ins or things like that. In other words, but the basic question is how do you relate to the resale investigation problem?
All right, so we've actually noticed that there are crews that specialize on a product. So we just took down a fence for about $500,000, and all they sold were luxury purses, and I'm talking $3,000 to $4,000 or more. So they were taken down. We had another crew that we just took down, 6 people, and they would basically rob delivery drivers of Apple products that were being delivered, and we took down that crew. And we noticed that the selling channels are multi-channel, to be lack of a better term. So we're looking at swap meets. We're looking at the proverbial channel where someone just has a large amount of items in their car, and they'll go into a parking lot and they'll just talk to people in that parking lot as they're coming out out of the store. Do you want diapers? Do you want Excedrin, Tylenol? And then we're seeing, and I can't go too much into this, but we're actually seeing some stolen products going back into the mainstream supply channel and being sold by retailers, again, on the shelf to the retail customer who's paying full value. So the fences, we're focusing on that because if we can dry up the fences, then it's a less opportunity to resale the goods. I will tell you that with online sellers, we've had conversations, they're working on it, but it's an incredible problem on the resale side. And you addressed it, the hammer on the nail. That's what we have to work on, and we'll continually do so. But right now, there are just too many channels.
Thank you. Vice Chair Cannella, followed by Garcetti.
Yes, thank you for being a witness today. So you said that you have the ability to aggregate or stack the offenses, and you mentioned a statute. Was that recently passed?
Okay, so I believe it was passed in 20. It was well before the pandemic. I would say 2018, 2019, because my office prosecuted the first 490.1 crime with LAPD. So it hasn't been used very often until now. And now it's a very valuable crime for us because a retailer will give us high definition color surveillance, often coupled with a sensor in the parking lot that will give us the license plate of the car that was used by the perpetrator. We can identify them. We can show that they went to 3 separate stores, same branded, let's say just all Target, right? And then we can find out how much they took and we can aggregate it, and then we can prosecute them under 490.1. Now, I will say it works in theory. In reality, it's a lot of work to get to that point. So it's not like we have a plethora of 490.1 filings, but it is a useful tool. And we are working on this on a daily basis to make this a much more cutting edge offense for us. And if I had one ask from the legislature, please do not sunset 490.1.
Okay. So if just a single person goes into Best Buy and steals 400 and goes to another store and 400, another store, a couple hundred, and it goes over 950, then that person, per the statute 490.1, could be it could be a felony for that person. There's no other things that have to happen in order for that to be a felony.
We have to show that the item was meant for resale. And we've been very clear with prosecutions by bringing in social media evidence showing that it's on display. On occasions, they'll have like, I mean, I hate to say it, we're going back to like the drug days, but pay and owe sheets, how much they're selling, who they sold to. So we use all kinds of different evidence to show that, or to satisfy that element of 490.1.
Okay. And then if somebody has a misdemeanor, they're repeat offenders, but for whatever, they're not charged under 490.1, is there room in the county jail for these individuals?
So right now, on the type of offense that we're looking at, if it's organized retail theft, we're looking for custody or a program that can work with this individual. On the violent crews, we're looking at prison. I mean, we've actually given on this week, one 211 crew member received 5 years and a second one 10 years prison. On the people under 490.1, we're looking more for court intervention. Now, what I'm about to say is not a fact because it's only over 2 months. But the people who are not on crews but are the opportunists, once we can get them into the court system with a prosecutor, we have not seen them reoffend in great numbers. Now, of course, there are people who reoffend, and it's a very short time frame. But I believe, without having the evidence, just based on anecdotal information, that once we have the people in court, we can reduce the negative activity that they're engaging in.
Okay. And then finally, other than 490.1 sunsetting, it's your testimony, you have every tool necessary. You don't need anything else from the legislature to combat this retail theft. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Garcetti, followed by Sidley and then Hernandez.
Marc, good to see you. And obviously I made a good hire back then. It's been 20 plus years since I've talked with you. But I do have a couple of questions. You talk about organized retail theft and opportunity theft, but then there's one you haven't left out. For example, in the video, and you were probably watching it, you see this one woman with a large cart filled to the brim, just pushing it out the door. Let's assume she is not homeless. She's not mentally ill. She's just a thief. And let's say it's under $1,000, under $900. If you have that kind of a case presented to you, and as a segue here, please explain the Los Angeles County District Attorney's jurisdiction for misdemeanors in your answer, but what happens in her type of a case if it were presented to you today?
All right, so our jurisdiction in LA County on misdemeanors is unincorporated county areas and areas where we have contracts with the local city to handle the misdemeanor. So, for example, the Los Angeles City is all misdemeanors are exclusively given to the city attorney's office. So roughly, and this is a very rough number, approximately half of LA County falls under our jurisdiction on misdemeanors. So in your example, Commissioner Garcetti, we would not prosecute that as a misdemeanor. We would probably work on an aggregation under 490.1 because people who would load up in a grocery cart, probably it's not their first time to do this type of action because it's very brazen. So we would have to aggregate. If the items were over $950 in the shopping cart, then we would file, a grand theft. But beyond that, we would not prosecute that person unless I could bring something under 490.1.
If you were prosecuting that person, let's say it did amount to felony, decided to charge as a felony, one, does it make any difference where that case is heard, that is the judge and the bench, how they treat these cases? And two, what would you be seeking in terms of punishment for a particular case like that where you cannot show that she has done it any other place, and she's not homeless, she's not poor, she's just getting away with it?
So in this particular case, we would seek a probationary sentence without custody, a stay away order, and basically an obey all laws mandate. And if they didn't obey, then we would work once again with that individual and try to rectify their behavior. And if not, we would come down with a felony. I will say, and I'm aware of the outcomes within my 9 divisions, and I only have one violent crime division, the organized crime division. So I can't tell you how the fluctuations between the county. But however, if our office recommends probation, as a general rule, the courts go along.
Okay. And if you were not, well, not a fair question. I'll withdraw that. Thank you very much, Mark.
Commissioner Sidley.
So, Mark, I appreciate your testimony very much. I have 2 questions. The first one, just to push a little bit on what Vice Chair Cannello was asking. We've heard significant testimony from others about wanting to aggregate, and somehow they believe that their hands are tied. Is there language or something that, because you explained on a 490.1 that it's sometimes a challenge to prosecute those. Is there some language somewhere that you would like to see to make it a less of a challenge to go after these people who are recidivists or repeat offenders? Thank you.
All right. So to answer your question, Commissioner, we've worked within our office on trying to, how could we better overcome this need to show that the item was for resale. And we've come up with various language, and we come again to the problem that we don't want to create 490.1 to prosecute people who are experiencing homelessness, who are stealing a sandwich. And I know there's a little dramatic, but stealing a sandwich 20 times in a month. And it's hard for us to do that. I will say my prosecutors sometimes are stymied on that particular resale element, but we have overcome it using circumstantial evidence. For example, if you're stealing 15 bottles of extra strength Tylenol and they're all the same sizes, that's not for an individual use, that's for resale. And we're making that argument to the courts now. I don't know how successful we've been in the last few weeks, but that's one example that we're working with the judiciary in trying to push 490.1 on that element. But I believe that 490.1 is sufficient for us to overcome this problem.
Okay, then on that point, it seems to me that clearly there's an education lack here for everyone else because they're not using 490.1. Maybe we make it an MCLE requirement for anybody who's a prosecutor to do that, and you teach the course. Sure. But it does seem to me that, and I guess this is more a statement than a question, but it does seem to me, I mean, we just heard from another DA who said they couldn't aggregate, and so I think there's a disconnect here, and somehow that has to be addressed. Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez.
I forgot the first question because there's a better question. So I'm looking at 490.1, and it's still a misdemeanor charge. Is that correct?
I think you got to look at
for the first time offense.
4.
And if we can
490.4.
If we can show again that this individual.
Sorry, so he's correct. So it's 490.4. You're right. Organized retail theft. Okay.
So we have language in the 490 statute. There is language that states the first time is a misdemeanor, and under certain circumstances we can obtain a felony, and we have obtained those felonies.
Okay, and so the related question, it sounds like your expertise is more the organized crime. What are the characteristics of some of these crews? It doesn't sound like they're the usual. I mean, they're definitely not homeless and mental. I mean, they have some kind of background experience.
All right. So you'll have, I hate to use the word mastermind, but you'll have the coordinator of a crew. The coordinator will go out and recruit people. Sometimes they're juveniles. Sometimes they're people who are basically, the way they make a living is through crime. They'll recruit these people, they'll transport them, and they'll basically instruct them. You go through the store, we swarm in, no one goes individually, we go very fast, Everyone should have hoodies, sunglasses, and a mask. They should be dressed in all black. Do not carry phones with you or any identification. You go in, you find these high-priced items, and then you're in and out, and then you run in different directions. Some of them, such as with the Topanga Plaza, they literally will have 15 automobiles lined up, ready to take people, and they'll just run out to the first car they get. And it's amazing to watch this. And that's how you can get one crew very quickly out. And another way the crews will work is they'll come into a store and they'll act as if they're shopping. And sometimes they'll take 20, 30 minutes. And once they have like 6 or 7 items, there's a signal, everybody runs out of the store and they'll run to a waiting car. These crews will move sometimes from retailer to retailer within the same county to other counties. We've even seen it to other states. And they advise their crews not to basically, let me put it differently, to invoke their Miranda rights and not give us any information. So on the resale element, we have not been able to use any type of admissions since they're instructed not to discuss anything with the officers. We prosecute the juveniles in the juvenile system. We prosecute the adults. And we also look at putting in 496 charges, receiving stolen property, robbery under 211 if they're swarming a store. Even if they don't have any contact with an employee, we'll still file 211 just because the force and fear of so many people coming into a store, rapidly moving, and then leaving.
And is there coordination between crews, or have you found it, or there is standalone crews?
I don't know. I believe that the crews are standalone, but it is possible, and I've seen it with other types of theft, that they're actually highly organized, but I have no evidence of that.
Thank you. Let me go to Commissioner Beaart, and then I'm going to request of the commissioners that we still have additional witness before we have our business meeting.
I'll pass.
No, go ahead. Ask your question, please.
So under 401.4, which is, I think, the statute that you're referring to, pulling it up, it requires proof of intent. And I'm assuming that's what you're really focused on. And to go back to Commissioner Sidley's question, would it be helpful to have a presumption in the statute that dealt with this intent question, so that your example, the 15 bottles of the same size of Tylenol, that's not personal use. And the rough analogy, I think, is possession versus possession with intent to sell. And the legislature and prosecutors for decades have dealt with that problem. There's obviously a risk of over-criminalizing things, but inferring intent from circumstances is a normal legislative process and not necessarily one that requires a ballot proposition. Thank you.
So I think we have concluded Mr. Beaart's testimony. Is that your sense of it, Mr. Beaart?
Yes. I appreciate all that you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Crystal? Mr. Rivera?
Our final witness for this panel is Will Rivera from the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office. Please unmute yourself and begin with your testimony when you're ready.
Very good. Chairman Nava, I want to thank you for the invitation and all the commissioners. So at the LA City Attorney's Office, we deal with approximately 55,000 misdemeanor referrals per year. We're on track for about 60,000 this year. So it is a high volume operation. Some of those cases are misdemeanors related to theft. Organized retail theft, the charge itself 490.4, has not been particularly helpful for us in addressing this concern. In fact, we've only handled about 25 or so of those since it was enacted. So it just has not been a game changer. Quite the contrary, it hasn't been very helpful at all, if I'm being very frank. And I don't want to sort of demonize Prop 47. There was some things in there that kind of did cause made us lose our discretion as far as how to handle some of these things. For example, the biggest one being the loss of petty theft with a prior, PC 666. That has caused a lot of difficulty in addressing recidivist. And I have to say that, and again, I don't want to demonize Prop 47 because, you know, obviously it was well-intentioned by the legislature, but, and then there, of course, there was PC 459.5 shoplifting, which, and the first time I read it as a career prosecutor, I've been a prosecutor for coming up on 27 years. First time I read it, I said, oh my God, this absorbs the option of a PC 459 burglary, which is a wobbler. It totally, you know, subsumes it. So now when it's related to retail theft, the suspect is either going to be charged with shoplifting because there's language in subsection B that specifically says you cannot charge burglary in this context. And so our hands are tied and we can only address it from the standpoint of the shoplifting charge. This shoplifting charge has a high evidentiary burden. I won't even speak about organized retail theft 490.4's burden. That evidentiary burden on that, it's like proving a RICO charge. You have to prove organized, and at the felony level, I can definitely see that the DA's office have a good handle on that, and it definitely at the felony level for the smash and grabs and the really brazen activity we've seen, I do think that they have tools at their disposal. I'll agree with that. But at the misdemeanor level, where we're dealing with bench officers, and we typically see about 40 bench officers and throughout the city per week, per day, and high volume. And through the administration of justice, the bench officers want to move cases along, particularly nonviolent offenders. So these cases don't receive the kind of attention that we may want to address the underlying issue. One of the things that hasn't been mentioned that I think has been very impactful, and it's not Prop 47 related, it's AB 3234, which created judicial diversion found at Penal Code Section 1001.95 through 1001.97. We find that to be a big deterrent to addressing these issues because the bench officers will, over our objection, again, a loss of discretion, not Prop 47 related, but a loss of discretion nonetheless. I believe it took effect in 2021, January. The bench officers will go ahead and provide diversion. And the way I would describe it is, you know, my deputies will ask me, they'll tell me, Will, you know, Ms. Rivera, do you want to us to object? And I'll say, oh, well, you know, we're thought leaders, we're trailblazers. What does the court have in mind? Nothing. So they're going to divert to what? And the answer is nothing. They're going to put the case over for 6 to 8 months. Again, I don't want to paint with too broad strokes here because there are some bench officers who, you know, go to great pains to make sure that they address the underlying issues involved and send them to programs. So I don't want to speak in generalities, but what we've found and what I've been frustrated with is, you know, nothing wrong with diversion. In our office, we are trailblazers. We're thought leaders. We pride ourselves on finding ways to be involved in the criminal justice reform process. We have the, you know, neighborhood justice program. We have a transitional age youth program. We're very proud of our rapid diversion program where we work with our justice partners to address mental health issues that may be underlying criminal conduct. So by no means are we offended by the idea of diversion, but you know, a little bit, I think a little more attention to the theft cases where they're actually sent to a program that addresses the underlying issues would be in order there under 1001.95. One thing that could be potentially very helpful is to exclude it. If we're finding that, you know, we want a little extra attention on these cases, potentially we could exclude it. Currently, 1001.95 excludes, I believe it's stalking, elder abuse, and 290 sex registration matters. But other than that, all the misdemeanors can be diverted. I'm not saying they all are, but I'm just saying that in the case of theft, it's low-hanging fruit, it's a nonviolent crime. We do find that the courts are amenable to diverting the cases. So my concern as it relates to that is that we found that more involvement at the misdemeanor level is helpful in avoiding recidivism, not less. So I'm always concerned if we're not engaging in trying to solve the underlying issues. And that's one of the concerns we have. I also want to say that that I do think that overcrowded issue in the jails is potentially at play here. And I also want to say that the aggregation under 490.4, I'm glad it's working out well for the DAs at the felony level. Aggregation in general on the theft level is very challenging. We found this, for example, when we were doing during COVID, we were addressing price gouging. And we had to ask for a cross designation to respect jurisdictional boundaries. The criminals don't respect jurisdictional boundaries, but we have to as prosecutors. So we would reach out to the DA's office and say, hey, we have this price gouging matter. Businesses has, 3 or 4 establishments in Los Angeles. May we please have cross designation to aggregate it and work on it that way, to address it all in one place. Different scenario, right? I'm not talking about aggregating to 950 there, but I'm talking about aggregating so that we have a stronger case. Challenging. Those issues are challenging. So that's one issue. Another issue that I think that you should consider is under Penal Code Section 654, there's also merger issues. You can't prosecute somebody and aggregate the punishment under 654. So we have to be mindful of that as prosecutors as well. So what's in our toolbox as misdemeanor prosecutors right now? What do we have in our toolbox? Or at least what did we used to have that we wish we had now? We used to have pretty clear guidelines. It was petty theft under Penal Code Section 484 in the retail theft context. If they came in with a booster bag or something of that nature that showed that they had premeditation, or they had a lookout, or they had somebody waiting outside in a car to take off, that suggested possible 459 burglary. We had petty theft as a prior, as I mentioned, that was very impactful. After 1 prior, we could charge it. And typically after 2, we would refer it back to the DAs and see if they were interested in filing it as a felony. So the rules were kind of clear. Now the rules are a little muddied up. So 459.5, as I mentioned, specifically says, no prosecutor, you cannot file this as a burglary. It's either this or nothing. 484, petty theft, says, no prosecutor, you cannot have the discretion to file this as a misdemeanor, 484, because if it's eligible for an infraction, you must file it as an infraction, which is the PC 490.1 section. So we can't file under $50, 50 or below as a misdemeanor, get them on probation. We can't file burglary charges. We have to follow the shoplifting, which has an intent element, which is evidentiary-wise challenging. So our hands were tied there. And then adding on top of all that was AB 1950, which basically made it to where our probationary period would be reduced to 12-month summary probation only. So we can only kind of watch over somebody for 12 months. Is that the end of the world on these cases? No, not necessarily, but it just adds to this, kind of all these different areas where our ability to sort of expand our toolbox is gone. If anything, it's reduced. So that's kind of it. We look for prior ability. We look for progressively increasing penalties, and we look for changing someone's life by intervening, sending them to the proper programs and getting their life back on track. We consider ourselves thought leaders. We consider ourselves, officers of the court, always looking to work with our justice partners to address, nonviolent crime. We are open to all that. But the constant barrage of reduction of our discretion has been challenging for us in the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office.
Thank you. Let me go to Commissioner Sidley, then followed by Commissioner Hernandez.
So, Will, it's a pleasure to see you. I am an alumni of the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office, and I'm proud of the work that you all do. And I appreciate what you've said here, and if your office was able to get this discretion back, do you think that, first of all, let me go back and just say for the whole commission, when Will referred to a wobbler, that is a statute where you can charge it as misdemeanor or felony. So, and it's their discretion. So, but going back to the, if the city attorney's office was to get back all of this discretion, do you think that that would have an impact on retail theft?
Yes, I do. I do think it would be very helpful because it's not just the amount of time you do in jail that impacts somebody. It's also the involvement with true, genuine interaction with the with our office or with the defense attorney or with a program. Just knowing that someone's kind of watching over and trying to get them on track, I think it would help. I say that to say I'm not under the impression that we overnight are going to get a bunch of jail and all that kind of thing, but we would have some things in our toolbox. Including, for example, we could technically in the past we could violate them on their probation instead of pursuing a new case. We could just say, we're just going to lower our evidentiary burden. 490.4 made this incredibly high evidentiary burden. 459.5 does it much better. 484 we still file, so that's still on the books, thank goodness. But we could create, because on a probation violation level, we only have to prove beyond, we don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. We have to prove preponderance. And so it's a lower standard. So we could choose not to file a new case. We could choose to actually violate them on the probation. And that's a bench trial. And that, I think that engagement and that involvement in the judicial process, I think it is helpful. Yes.
So, I'm sure you've provided the staff here with the list of those, petty with a prior, and some of the others that you mentioned, so that we can maybe make some recommendations about that. I'm also curious your view. So two questions. Does Prop 47 get in your way at all? And then secondly, how would you deal with the jurisdictional issue, the cross designation? What language could you put in to address that?
So I think Prop 47 didn't necessarily get in our way in some ways. Like, it doesn't really hurt us that there's now a 490.4 that works really well for some DAs and dealing with smash and grabs and some of these brazen issues. That doesn't hurt us, right? So I wouldn't say that creating organized retail theft is a charge, although I'll say I think that was created after. But in any event, and creating shoplifting 459.5, in principle, when I first saw that, I thought, oh, interesting, a little different angle on it. But then when I read it and saw that it completely subsumed our ability to look at 459, I mean, you got to understand, I used to file, I was the head filer in Hollywood. I oversaw filing operations, and we spent a lot of energy, time, combing through these theft cases to see if there's any indication of burglary behavior, 459. And so to lose that through Prop 47, yeah, that was challenging. And then, as I mentioned, the petty theft with the prior Penal Code Section 666, that was a big, big loss. And I say we lost it. It's still on the books. It's just extremely limited. For all intents and purposes, it's gone to us because it has to, again, 290 registrant and some other very rare exceptions. Otherwise, it's not really available to us. So what that creates is a situation where, again, they could hit Rite Aid today, then they could hit, I'm just making up stores, but they could hit various stores. And we don't have that prior ability that was so powerful in the past.
So again, any draft language that you could share with us would be great for us to consider, see it on paper. And then the last question again was the jurisdiction, where you said that criminals don't respect the lines, and obviously LA City, LA County. Is any language, you don't have to answer this right now, but any language that you could think of to address that? Because I think that in some ways might be more complicated, but we'd appreciate that information. So I'm done. Thank you. And thank you again, Will. Much appreciated. Say hi to Heidi for me.
I will.
Thank you. We have questions by Commissioner Hernandez and then followed by Vice Chair Canelo.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, for the testimony. 55,000 misdemeanors. Earlier, we heard that there's no real punitive consequence for misdemeanors. Would you find that to be true in the city of LA?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I would say, because we are creative. We try to be very creative. So we have programs. And quite frankly, I would say the early release based on overcrowding has been around a while now. I don't want to just blame that on Prop 47. That predated Prop 47. So we've been dealing with this issue of, we say sometimes, you sentence somebody to jail right now, they're going to be home for dinner before you are. So we've been dealing with this for a long, long time. So we've kind of made adjustments. And what adjustments have we made? Creative solutions under probation. But losing under AB 1950, because we had the ability to do 36 months of summary probation in the past. So we could kind of keep an eye on this individual for 3 years, see how they're doing. And you'd be surprised. It oftentimes ended in like high fives and congratulations and a really positive experience, believe it or not. I've had defendants after 36 or 24 months of summary probation literally reach out to me and say, thank you, you really changed my life, and hug me. I mean, it doesn't, probation and the intervention of the court doesn't have to be a negative experience in the end. Along the way, there's growing pains as you kind of work through the issues. So I would say no, it's not an impediment because we're very creative in the LA City Attorney's Office, and we come up with programs, we come up with ways of intervening and getting to the root of the issue. I think the probation, more than anything at the misdemeanor levels, will really hurt.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Cannell.
Yes, thank you. Just to echo Commissioner Sidley's comment about if you could produce a document that talks about, what you would like to see, that would be very helpful. You used a lot of numbers and I just quit taking notes because I got lost, but that would be helpful because I think you have some great ideas. You're not demonizing Prop 47. It's real practical experience and things that you believe would actually work, I think would be very helpful. So if you could produce that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. If I had my druthers, Vice Chairman, I would have had organized retail theft be an enhancement to the theft. I would not have created its own standalone. I think as an enhancement, it would have been really great, and leave, maybe you want to say prior ability only after, 2 incidents, but leave the ability to have that prior ability.
Right. Very good. I see Commissioner Garcetti.
Mr. Rivera, I have a lot of empathy for your position. It's a tough position. Congratulations on what you've accomplished in the innovation of the City Attorney's Office and trying to really reduce crime, prevent crime. A couple of questions. If you can't give it to us right now, if you would, that would be helpful. The number of cases in 2022 and currently 2023 that have been presented to your office for prosecution and misdemeanor thefts. How many cases were presented and how many actually were prosecuted? 2, really emphasizing what my 2 fellow commissioners indicated in terms of the changes that you are proposing. And I want to make it very clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're not just speaking for yourself, you're speaking for the City Attorney's Office. Is that correct?
Yeah, in my capacity.
There seems to be a little doubt.
Yes.
In that.
Yes.
In that. You have an elected official. You are a deputy city attorney. You are not the elected official, but you're speaking on behalf of the office. So we assume that anything you tell us, and correct me if I'm wrong here, or present us, is really from the City Attorney's Office, not just your opinion. We want your opinion because you're the expert here, but we want to be sure that you're not going to get in trouble or others are going to get in trouble. You said what? No. Anyway, that being said, I emphasize the importance of you articulating in writing, because I was with other commission members listening to you, and I gave up too. And trying to write down the various sections, because I wasn't familiar with all the sections that you were referring to. And I was assuming that our staff is going to have that, what you recorded, and we will see it in writing. But regardless, add what is necessary, but also specifically focus individually on Proposition 47. Are there any changes that your office seeks to make? And if so, what are they and why? Number 1. 49.5 or 4, and with the others, all the 459, where you have some difficulty with the changes that have been made there, what language would you suggest we make, or simply you're going to eliminate sections, delete the sections? I never heard of a 1950 AB 1915. So that reduces your probation to 1 year. I can understand that. Please indicate why, number one, you want that changed to maybe 2 years, 3 years, whatever it might be. What is it? And lastly, when you say you want the ability to have to go to someone who has violated probation, bring them in front of the court, what is that going to add? What are you going to do? You're going to send them to jail? And if they go into jail for violation of probation for a theft under $1,000, under $950 or whatever the amount is, how long are they going to remain in custody? And what does a probation violation really do in terms of deterrence?
Yeah, so as far as the numbers, since 2020, we by the way, we've seen an uptick, and one of the things we haven't discussed today, and I apologize for throwing out so many numbers. I figured you all
don't have to apologize.
I figured you all need to get to lunch, and I just thought I'd jump right in. I'm a sort of a filing code head, and just thought I'd hit you with all that. But we have it recorded. But we over the years we've seen an uptick around COVID and since, believe it or not. So it's an interesting dynamic what COVID may have done in this area. I don't claim to be an expert on that, but the numbers do reflect that there was an uptick since. But since 2020, we received about 10,026 such theft-related cases. We tried to, one of the things in our system, we're going to a replatforming system, and we're currently trying to have more criteria that captures more details on these matters. Like, for example, our system doesn't necessarily track a theft at, let's say, a cargo theft, or let's say theft of copper at a metro station, which is quite common right now, by the way, versus a retail theft. So we're trying to do a better job of capturing that information as we replatform. But those are the numbers, about 10,000 per since 2020. This year, we're on track to break all of those records. So 2022, about 2,600, 2021, about 1,800, 2022 went up to 22, and now year to date, 3,300. So our numbers definitely reflect that there's an increase, and Los Angeles. And then the other thing I want to say, Mr. Garcia, Marc, Mr. Garcetti, and others, is we also are trying to do things like engage with LAPD and others to try to see best practices in the way we could deal with this. We recognize that this is a little bit of a complex situation in that it's really enforcement of these cases really is kind of a public-private partnership, right? You have the loss prevention team, and our case is only as good as their observations and what they report in their internal reports and provide to LAPD, and then we get information from LAPD, and that further helps us try to evaluate these cases. So we're only as good as the information and the tools in our toolbox. So we recognize our limits, but that's kind of what I wanted to speak to today. So those are the numbers. We're up to about 3,300 this year.
Okay, maybe one other question that just comes to mind as you say that. What do you tell retailers and the citizens as a whole when they hear from police officers and deputy sheriffs when they respond to a call at Target or someplace, and maybe a mom and pop shop where there's been a misdemeanor theft, that, oh, why should we arrest them? The city attorney, DA's office, they're not going to file the cases. And if they do, it's going to be sent to jail or strict probation. Doesn't do any good, so we're not even going to arrest them. Is that accurate in terms of you will decline? Do you decline most of the prosecutions that come to you, or do you overwhelmingly prosecute those cases?
No, as I mentioned before, we did see an uptick on the 459.5. I'm throwing numbers out again, but that's the shoplifting charge that was created by Prop 47. That one, I do see a higher than I see on so on petty theft, it's about 70% conviction, filing rate, 70 to 71.
70%.
but that number is kind of dragged down by the 459.5, because as I mentioned, if it's under 50, it doesn't allow us to file a misdemeanor. Specifically says if there's an infraction available, you have to do it, file it as you can't file a burglary, and then under 484, you can't file it if it's 50 or less. So for all intents and purposes there, we usually reject those based on time served already. So if they've done, because we're not going to get more than that, they're going to suspend the fine on the infraction. We're not going to get anything on an infraction. So that does drag our numbers down, but the number is about 71%, yes.
So are you encouraging or discouraging, either directly or indirectly, to the police departments and it's LAPD strictly for you, to when you have the opportunity, police officer, to make an arrest, the evidence is there, we want you to make the arrest and let us prosecute the case?
Absolutely, that's our mantra. So we held a summit, a retail theft summit, worked with the California retailers in 2022. I must have said that 100 times. And they agreed. And I think, there's an understanding that if we don't report this, we're not going to understand the true numbers. And we only know what we know, right? We know it's an underreported thing. I see that, for example, there's a Capital One. I haven't, vetted the study, but they say only 2% are actually captured. So we know the number's low and it's underreported. So when we actually know about it, please report it for any other reason, just so we can, capture the details and the information. So we know what we're dealing with and how big the problem is, of course.
But doesn't shock you today to accept that police officers, deputy sheriffs walk away from these crimes on the basis it's not going to be prosecuted or nothing's going to happen to them, so we're not going to arrest them?
I haven't seen that particularly, Mr. Garcetti, as I thought the $267 million, I've seen it make a difference, because I know the LA Sheriff's Department received about 15 million and LAPD received about 15 million of that. And I'm seeing that they are engaged on this issue. So that's not my experience. My experience is that LAPD is very engaged on this issue and recognizes it. In fact, I know they've told me they had a summit themselves. Actually, in 2023, we attended, and our city attorney spoke at their summit, a retail theft summit. And it was very impactful, very good. Loss prevention, partnering with LAPD, partnering with, others. It was a very, and that was July 2023. So, and then Monday, we actually have a summit that we're holding with the Topanga team, because Topanga Plaza is kind of like ground zero for this problem in Los Angeles. So we're trying to understand the complexities and the nuances of that issue.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Much appreciate your experience and for sharing that with us and giving us some specific insight based on what you've seen works and doesn't work. Let me turn this back over to Ethan. But I'm gonna suggest that we take a bio break so we can go and do whatever that means, and then come back to the dais. I guess the food is behind us, and we'll conduct our business meeting.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. The food is here,
all right,
and you can eat here tomorrow, and I will go down to the witness table for the business meeting.
All right, thank you. A brief recess. To my fellow commissioners, just be conscious, make sure your microphones are off because we're back online. So let's call the business meeting of the Little Hoover Commission for Thursday, December 14th, 2023, back in session. And let me turn to Mr. Rivera.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The first item is public comment. We'll mention for members of the public who may be watching or listening, there is a public comment session at the end of the public hearing portion of the meeting that's really focused on retail theft. So if you wish to make public comment on retail theft, you have the right to talk about whatever you wish during public comment, but I would request that you hold your comments until the end of the hearing and make them at that time. If you want to make public comment on any other topic related to the commission or anything else, now would be the time. As you can see, the directions on your screen instruct you to use the raised hand function in Zoom. If you've Zoomed in, if you've phoned in, email us immediately at littlehoover@lhc.ca.gov. If you make public comment, you're limited to 3 minutes per speaker. First, we'll take public comment from people in the room. Seeing none, we will move on. I'll ask Shara or Ashley if we have anyone online who's indicated they wish to make public comment. We do not. So, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest then we move on. And I'm actually going to suggest for purposes of time that we skip item 2. We can approve the minutes at some other time. Fine. We're running a little late. We'll go to item 3, which is draft report on the implementation of the master plan on aging. That draft report starts on page 6 of your business meeting packet. Tamar was the lead on that study, and I will ask her to summarize that study at this time.
Thank you, Commissioners. So as you know, the governor in 2019 called for the creation of a 10-year master plan for aging. This was in response to the state's rapidly aging population. 2 years later, the state did issue a master plan with 5 broad goals and more than 20 areas to focus its implementation. In the years since, we've had more than 200 implementing initiatives launched. So with our review, we sought to look through these early implementation efforts and see if there were opportunities for improved oversight and accountability to help ensure that the state is progressing towards its goals. As you know, our 2 hearings brought in expertise from key witnesses in California and truly across the country, researchers, advocates, philanthropists, and other stakeholders. We also received feedback from more than 50 individuals with knowledge in these various areas. Recommendations related to implementation of the plan's housing and homelessness issues will be included in a separate report to be developed after this first report. And this first report is really on broad implementation. It includes 9 observations and recommendations from the commission, which I will briefly highlight right now. So the first is that there's a need to clarify leadership responsibilities and functions in statute. There are a number, implementing the master plan involves fulfilling a number of important functions, but in the testimony that we received, we heard inconsistent perspectives about roles and responsibilities for these various functions. So in order to strengthen the leadership through the duration of this effort, and through inevitable changes in the administration, the commission recommends codifying key leadership roles and responsibilities. So that's the first recommendation. The second is around enhancing legislative oversight. Lawmakers played an important role in establishing the statutory framework for the master plan, but there are limited opportunities for ongoing oversight for the legislature. So in order to drive a better partnership between the legislature and the administration and create opportunities for more legislative engagement, the second recommendation is around establishing a joint committee on the California Master Plan for Aging to oversee implementation through 2030. That would allow members from both houses to weigh in broadly on the master plan. The third recommendation is around ensuring continued stakeholder engagement. We heard a lot of testimony in support of the high level of stakeholder engagement in developing this process and throughout implementation. There's a key committee that was created to provide stakeholder engagement to this process. That's the Impact Committee. Today, the role and function and membership of the Impact Committee is not in statute, which potentially could risk its ongoing existence through the duration of the master plan effort. So this recommendation is to codify that membership, the length of service, and provide a little bit more clarity around the duties and responsibilities, particularly as a way to bring in diversity of perspectives through the process. The fourth recommendation is to update the implementation tracker. So the Department of Aging really very quickly stood up an accountability tool to try and track the enormous workload underway from these 200 master plan initiatives. But there are a number of shortcomings with this tool. It's not updated consistently. It doesn't provide clear indication of why initiatives were closed or completed. So it leaves folks to question what is currently underway. So here the recommendation is to update that tracker to improve transparency around the status of work currently underway. Fifth recommendation is to emphasize initiatives that directly benefit Californians. Currently, about half of the master plan initiatives involve studying or researching initiatives, some about communicating information to the public. This recommendation here is really that future initiatives focus on delivering results for Californians. We're also recommending that the implementation tracker be updated to include the various categories of focus, so it makes it easier for lawmakers and others to provide oversight as to the breakdown of the various initiatives in terms of what they're trying to achieve. The sixth recommendation is to establish a roadmap for implementation. The master plan itself includes very high-level targets in each of the goal areas, but they're quite vague and do not adequately articulate outcomes for the state. So it makes it difficult to see, to track any progress towards clear goals. So in order to make it easier to provide this sort of oversight, this recommendation involves developing such a roadmap that includes both short and long-term aspirational goals and timeframes for completion, and should suggest that going forward, new initiatives should include specific measurable metrics that align with these interim benchmarks. The seventh recommendation is around merging California's data sets. This is a little bit broader than the scope of the report itself, but the Department of Aging has launched a data dashboard for aging as a sort of an accountability tool. And right now it includes 80 different static metrics. It's a lot of information in this dashboard. The report notes that this dashboard demonstrates the administration's intent to use data to inform decisions, but this dashboard tool really is ill-suited towards the type of long-term projections that would be helpful for policymakers. So in order to do some of the statistical analysis and forecasting that we heard about in testimony, as the very first step, this recommendation is suggesting that the governor and legislature take further action to merge the state's data sets across the administration. So not just within Health and Human Services Agency, but across the whole of state government. And finally, the last recommendation is to track state investments in master plan initiatives. We found that the state had not yet produced an overall budget for the master plan, and there hasn't yet been an estimation of how much it would actually cost to achieve the master plan's goals. Until we had actually requested this basic budgetary information, the state couldn't readily identify how much we had spent on the master plan. So, and in putting together that information, it was pretty time consuming for the Department of Aging. So there's not a systemic way to account for the spending. So this final recommendation is around developing a systemic way to track state investments in master plan initiatives. And we offer several elements that should be included there. So with that, commissioners, that's the summary of our first report on this topic, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let me turn to Commissioner Garcetti and Hernandez. Commissioner Garcetti, I think you were the subcommittee chair, is that correct? Right. Of course, I caught you mid-chew. Working in conjunction with Commissioner Hernandez. So the floor is yours.
My comments are short. First of all, it's a extremely complicated issue. It's a very deep issue. We have taken, I think, a deep dive into this, both trying to understand it and appreciate the issues involved, and understanding that the governor, to his credit, is the one who started this. Understanding the issue is there. But the work the staff has done through the hearings and all, we've learned a lot. And we're trying to, in a careful way, make suggestions to the legislature and the governor that hopefully captures their attention and action. But I want to emphasize, and I'll end on this, that once this report is issued, we're not finished. We've got more to do, and we will be doing it, and you'll be seeing what more we're going to be doing. For example, we're going to be focusing a lot on affordable housing.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez?
Just want to start by really thanking the staff in terms of the thoroughness because of the enormity of the work in terms of the master plan. But really at the crux of it is a better understanding that we need to have a shared commitment to the success of implementation. And while it was spearheaded by the governor's office and several agencies are moving forward with it, in terms of success, it's central that we have the legislature and other partners at the table and moving it forward. And to the fact that we had about 32 new elected officials last year, and we'll have 34 brand new elected officials next year, I think there's a huge learning opportunity there as well. Good job.
Yeah, thank you for that. I do think, recognition must be given to staff for being able to pull all this together in a way that is understandable and intelligent, and also to the commission for assuming the responsibility. And when you think about the number of programs and the amount of money that it's going to take to be able to do this, this is a significant undertaking by the administration and the agencies. And one of the things that I think that you've all kept in focus is you don't want this to fade away at the end of Governor Newsom's term. You've got to create enough institutional momentum so that there is an expression of investment by various stakeholders, because that will keep it alive going through different budget cycles. And so I think it was a very astute perspective that you embraced with respect to this report. Commissioner Beaart.
At the risk of torturing metaphors, vision without execution is hallucination. And the second metaphor is, you referenced a roadmap, and somebody this morning said something which I really caught my attention, which is vision of where we're going in the criminal justice context. Everything's under construction. And so that metaphor to me speaks to the work, the excellent work the staff did, because you've focused people's attention on the outcomes measurement for constructing a very large, complex road. And much like all roads, it has to be repaired, it has to be renewed, it has to be revised as population and issues change. And so I think a key component to all of this is going to be coming up with the summary piece that doesn't sort of suggest somebody else should pay attention to the dashboard, because that's not really what we found. We found profound leadership from the governor, a vision that is not yet implemented in other states, really good staff work on a cross-agency basis, meaningful, although detailed 200 goals. The more we can get people to come up with the sustainable advocacy piece the chair talked about, the better off we all are going to be on the master plan. And I think the steps that are in the report, the 9 recommendations, all make sense. Wrapping them together to say something about, if we achieve the vision of the master plan, this many millions of aging people will benefit in the following ways. People will pay attention, because this is a gigantic kind of subterranean problem that nobody wants to talk about. So, a great report. Thanks.
Any other comments or from commissioners? Well, seeing none, I think we're at a point where we can take a motion to adopt the report as submitted.
Can I do that?
Yep, you just did. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second.
And Mr. Chairman, may we interpret the motion to include technical changes by staff? I believe Commissioner Garcetti spoke with Tamar last night about some relatively minor technical changes. So if we may, we'll interpret the motion.
Yep, that makes perfect sense. Somebody call roll.
Mr. Chair?
Aye.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Aye.
Commissioner Aaroner? Commissioner Beaart? Assembly Member Chen? Commissioner Garcetti? Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Senator Min, Assembly Member Ortega, Commissioner Sidley?
Yep.
Senator Wilk. The motion carries, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we will now format the report and produce the other related documents, such as the transmittal letter, the press release, and so forth. And I think, given the holidays, I think our goal here would be to release it immediately after the new year, that first week of January. So with that, Mr. Chairman, if we may, we will move on to item 4 on the agenda. Commissioners will remember that in September in Long Beach, we held a follow-up hearing to assess the implementation of our previous reports on both intimate partner violence and labor trafficking. In the wake of that hearing, we've worked to produce reports on those 2 topics, documenting what recommendations were implemented, what were not implemented, and what steps policymakers could take to further implementation of the remaining recommendations. Today, we're presenting the report on intimate partner violence. That begins on page 24 of your business meeting packet. We will return to a later meeting with a similar report on labor trafficking, implementation of those reports. Ashley organized both the follow-up hearing and then was the principal author of this report that's before you today. So I'd like to ask her to briefly summarize it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan, and then thank you, Chair Nava and commissioners. In 2019, the Commission launched an assessment of California's response to intimate partner violence and produced 2 reports that included recommendations to strengthen the state's response against this crime. In its first report, the Commission urged the state to make an administrative change to provide upfront funding to organizations that serve survivors. The Commission's second report comprehensively addressed the state's approach to intimate partner violence and reported that California's siloed strategy leaves critical gaps in the state's response. To bolster the state's efforts, the Commission recommended that policymakers take steps in key 4 areas: governance, prevention and early intervention, firearms enforcement, and economic security and housing. As Ethan mentioned, in September 2023, the Commission held a public hearing to learn about the ways in which the state is working to address intimate partner violence in California and the work that still needs to be done. The Commission later submitted written questions to 8 state departments and agencies asking for an update on progress made towards its recommendations. In this follow-up report, the Commission assesses the degree to which its recommendations from these reports have been fulfilled and highlighted opportunities for implementation going forward. State leaders have made important progress towards improving California's response to intimate partner violence. For example, we identified 12 pieces of legislation that either successfully or attempted to implement the Commission's recommendations, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. The Commission's unenacted recommendations provide a pathway forward for legislators to make progress. So thank you, commissioners, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Let me turn it over to commissioners.
I should have mentioned previously, Mr. Chairman, that Commissioner Sidley was on the original subcommittee on intimate partner violence, also with Commissioner Schwamberger, who of course has left the commission. So.
Thank you.
I didn't actually review this until last night. I wasn't part of this. I think you did a great job. And so it's unfortunate, the long, extensive list of not implemented in an area that is so ripe for implemented. So I thank you for the work that you've done. And I would recommend passing this, but any other comments are welcome.
Yeah, let me, I think directed to staff, and I think what Commissioner Sidley points out, and it's a sort of a common question with commissioners. It's like, now what? Okay, and so, and the reason why, well, I mean, it speaks for itself on those things that need to be implemented. But I'm also encouraged when I take a look at the implementation and impact report that's later on, and you look at the list of members and either the members or their staff that have had conversations, that staff has had conversations with. So I don't remember us doing that extensive outreach in the past. And I think it really speaks well to Ethan, your direction and the initiative of staff. But I think it also folds in perfectly with the question is, now what? Now that we have clearly identified what else can be done, how do we leverage our relationship with these folks in the implementation to either encourage or elevate the conversation about what needs to be done now?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. We will, in the wake of, if this report is approved today and we then produce it and release it in early January, we will follow up with, we'll provide it to all legislative offices. We do all our reports, but we will also follow up specifically with legislators who've been active in this area, with the relevant committee consultants who are with committees that legislate in this area, and will review the list of unimplemented recommendations and urge additional implementation. So we will, I think the purpose of this report is both to sort of chronicle the work that has been done, and there has been some implementation of these recommendations, but also to provide us another platform to go back to the legislature and once again urge additional implementation work. And we will certainly do that as soon as this report is released.
And I might suggest, I mean, there's a very vigorous community-based organization, stakeholders, for whom this is, they live and breathe services to survivors. And it would be, I think, potentially helpful to provide them with this information, and then as the opportunity presents itself, partner with them in order to further articulate the message that, look, there's more work that needs to be done here. So it isn't just us.
Yes.
It's also the actual folks that take care of people.
Yes, and we will certainly do that. We have done that in the past on this issue, partnering at times with the Partnership to End Domestic Violence, with the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, or other organizations, and we'll continue that sort of work. So yes, we will definitely do that once this report is, assuming it is approved, once it is released.
So I think I heard Commissioner Sidley make a motion to approve the report, and then seconded by Commissioner Garcetti. So there's a motion and there's a second.
Mr. Chair?
Aye.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Aroner, Commissioner Beaart, Assemblymember Chen, Commissioner Garcetti, Commissioner Hernandez, aye. Commissioner Johnson, aye. Senator Min, Assemblymember Ortega, Commissioner Sidley.
Yes.
Senator Wilk. That motion carries, Mr. Chairman, and that report is adopted. And again, the same process that Commissioner Garcetti asked about earlier, we will now work on formatting that report, final technical changes and so forth, and again, probably release that very early in January. No, they will not be really, no, we will not step on our own news, Commissioner Garcetti, no.
Step on the lead.
With that, Mr. Chairman, if we may, we will move on to item number 5, which is the project and meeting schedule. That begins on page 36 in your packet. I would note on the meeting schedule, just call Commissioner's attention to the fact that we have a hearing on January 25th on retail theft, and then we have another meeting on retail theft. It's a remote meeting, but on February 8th. That is an unusual date for us. It's not at the end of the month as we normally meet. We did that. We moved up the February meeting as part of an effort to try to finish the retail theft work as rapidly as we can and get something to the legislature as rapidly as we can, given that this was requested by 66 members of the legislature. So just a note for schedules that the February date is an unusual one, February the 8th. Then, if I may, moving on to sub-item C, which is selection of a future study topic. With the completion of the reports that are approved today, that the two that you just approved, I think we have staff bandwidth to adopt an additional study topic. And so I would refer commissioners to the list of potential topics that begins on page 38 of the packet, although of course that list is not exhaustive. The commission sets its own agenda. With that, Mr. Chairman, I think I would just turn it over to you and to the commission for whatever discussion you wish, but we can certainly pick a new topic.
Thank you very much. Just let me weigh in, and I seldom do this. I normally wait until commissioners have a chance to express their preferences. I think it would be hard pressed to ignore the issue of artificial intelligence. We all know that the governor issued an executive order. There's been a report prepared by one or two of the departments into how it is they're going to go forward with it. It is a topic that I think is clearly on a lot of top of mind for folks. The president also issued a direction and an order. I think it has tremendous consequences depending on how the issue of artificial intelligence is characterized and how it goes forward. But that's just my preference. And so let me turn it over to the rest of the folks. Commissioner Sidley.
So I agree that artificial intelligence is important. However, my first choice would be homeowners insurance. I think that that is something that impacts everybody here in California. Insurance companies have been pulling out and then they're coming back in because they raised the rates. I think that uncovering some of the mystery of that and having people come in and testify about what's going on and the fire areas and places at the beaches, things like that, I think could provide tremendous guidance to the legislature and also to the citizenry as to what's going on in the insurance world here in California.
Yeah, Commissioner Hernandez and I guess Aaron, or was that David? Okay.
Commissioner Johnson would like.
Oh, thank you.
I think that AI is definitely a field that can touch upon different fields and it can impact a great number of individuals. I also think it might be a good opportunity to revisit the not just revisit, but I guess re-showcase the 2018 report. And there's a lot of great information in there already. A couple of legislators have been turning towards it in terms of just background information. And as we see in terms of some of the impacts in Hollywood, other areas, I mean, the issue of AI is only going to proliferate. So I would probably echo that that's a number one choice.
Commissioner Beaart, followed by Commissioner Johnson.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you in general, but I have some caveats. One, I've spent a lot of time on this back going to the 2018 report. I'm happy to say that turned out pretty well. And I've spent a bunch of time on it. I've written op-eds, et cetera. I worry that it could be too large a topic unless we do an attempt at the staff level to scope it into something that's more specific. And I'll give you two examples, and there are many, many more. I spent several hours yesterday. I'm on the board of a nonprofit hospital, and we were meeting about AI in healthcare. And within that topic, we spent most of the time talking about how to make sure equity was included in AI as applied to the clinical application of data to patients, and how to make sure that the data sets that were used were representative of the population being treated, that the patient's voices were being heard. That was like 1/10 of the presentation we heard. And that's one segment of AI. So, and maybe it's the UC system level. So if we narrow it to either a topic like healthcare or AI is applied to decision-making in the legislature or in the executive branch, then I think we're going down the right path, because otherwise there's a risk of trying to educate ourselves too broadly, and either we end up with a series of reports over a, frankly, 2-year time frame, or we focus on one thing where we think we're going to add value that's not going to arise from Congress or independent groups where we have special expertise vis-a-vis California or California government.
Right.
So there's that. And then on Janice's point about home insurance, I think that's a valid topic. I'm not sure it's a study topic. And maybe she would comment whether it could produce not a report, but a letter report. In other words, have something pretty focused, because the debate on that topic has been ripened by the legislature and by the insurance commissioner. And so having a hearing and coming up with a letter may be an alternative to satisfy the short-term need to address the problem.
So I'm not opposed to that at all. I would turn to Ethan and I don't know what the staffing is, and whether or not that's doable, but that would be fine. I just know a lot of people are suffering under that topic. And so to call more attention to it, I think could be helpful. And that's why I called it out, but I certainly want to be deferential to Ethan and his staffing and the rest of the commissioners and what they'd like to work on.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Regarding AI, excuse me, I agree that there is a lot of opportunities and issues around AI that could be discussed. I will say that in my brief time on the commission, one of the things that I've noticed in all of the studies that have been conducted that I've seen thus far, data is a very important aspect of those studies. And there's a lot of great data that I've seen. There's also a lot of data that I have not seen in these studies. And I'm going to assume that much of what is missing in today's hearing, that I think we were all asking for more data, is perhaps largely due to the labor issue involved in the process of trying to collect and synthesize and validate such data. And so one of the things that I would recommend, if we look at AI, as Commissioner Beaart stated, perhaps narrowing it down to a scope such as how the state of California could use AI, including this commission, legislature, executive office, et cetera, to better create policy and govern our state, could perhaps be a scope that I would certainly be very excited about.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Dion.
Just come off of a hearing of a report on the aging population.
Turn on your mic.
I'm sorry. There we go. We just have come off a section where we were talking about the aging community, and I think I'd like to see us talk about young people. We have a child welfare / foster care system.
Would you speak into the mic?
I'm sorry. We have a child welfare / foster care system that the state is responsible for.
Excuse me. You guys that are talking in the back, either take it outside or bring it down. Thank you.
We have 55,000 children in foster care today. We have a major policy switch that started in 2015. It's called the CCR. It's a reform of the child welfare / foster care system. And what's interesting about it is that while the state's responsible, it is a single state agency in regards to receiving federal dollars, it's all administered at the county level. And there are significant issues that are coming up with the implementation of the CCR and how counties are handling it. There's incredible differentiation from county to county. Sometimes two counties on the same border see it very differently. And I'm just thinking maybe it's time to look at the foster care system. I can't remember. It hasn't happened. Oh boy, 2007 maybe might have been the last report. It's something like that. But since there's been this reform proposed by the legislature, originally obviously from the administration and then the legislature, I think it'd be a good time for us to take a look at it.
Okay, I have one.
Yeah, please.
I'd like to add one for consideration. Suicides. Suicide focusing on young people from their teens to their early 20s, focusing on the suicides that especially take place at schools or are related to schools. I'm talking about California specifically, but I'm also talking about people from California who commit suicide at school in another state. I think it's a huge issue, a huge problem. And I don't know if there's any state or anyone that's really looking at this issue.
Certainly with the pandemic. I mean, it just, the numbers are extraordinarily high at this point.
Yeah. So let me turn, any further questions, comments from staff? See, now let me turn it back to, not from staff, from commissioners. Turn it back to staff.
Mr. Chairman, I might suggest this as a way to move forward fairly quickly, particularly since Sheriff Cooper has arrived and we want to resume testimony on retail theft. I think the topic that I heard more commissioners talk about than any other was AI, but it is a very broad topic. I would suggest that Commissioner Byers' suggestion is very well taken, and that we might work at the staff level on a scoping memo, which would provide some boundaries and limits to a potential AI study, maybe some options on what parts of AI we might look at, and then come back to the commission at the January meeting with that scoping memo for you to look at. We could at that time also have fleshed out in a short way, not as much as a full scoping memo, but fleshed out in some very short way the additional suggestions on homeowners insurance, foster care, and suicides. I don't think we can produce a full scoping memo on those, but we could at least have some information that would allow the commission to look at that, and a much fuller scoping memo on AI and how we might proceed on AI. We'd come back in January. So if that meets with the commission's approval, that would be my suggestion for how to move forward.
Seeing no rabid objection, thank you for threading that needle.
Very good, Mr. Chairman. I think then that since Sheriff Cooper has arrived and we have many witnesses this afternoon, the additional items on the agenda can be skipped. We'll update the commission in writing. I already mentioned that we hired the new project manager last night, and we'll update you later on the other items, such as the new website. So I think with that, we can close the business meeting if you'd like, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if you want to take a 3-minute break or just proceed to testimony.
Yeah, all I want to do is again express appreciation for the work that staff has done as it relates to reaching out to the members' offices during this break period. Oftentimes, when the members aren't in session, some folks go away and take a nap. We didn't do that. We took the time to go meet with committee staff and when they were available. And I think that's going to put us in a really good position come January, because you're not going to walk into the offices as an unknown. And I think it was an important effort.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I to give credit where credit is due, that Allie has done the work on that. She was going to present on that along with the new website, which she is managing the transition to the new website, but we'll address those issues at a later meeting when we have more time. But thank you. But it's really been Allie's work on that.
Sorry, Allie. Maybe next time. But thank you again. Now, let me ask commissioners, does anybody need a brief opportunity to step away from the dais? If not, then let's conclude the business meeting and go back in and start our regular agenda.
Wonderful, Mr. Chairman. Tomorrow and I will come around, and in the meantime, I will ask Sheriff Cooper to come up.
Yep. Well, actually, it's Assembly Member Cooper.
Well,
that's how I remember him.
Right.
You can still hear. Yeah, he looks at it. Yeah, please. Bristol will introduce the witness.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, our next witness is Sheriff Jim Cooper, who is Sheriff of the County of Sacramento. Mr. Cooper, when you're ready, please go ahead and begin your testimony, and please make sure the green light is on with your microphone.
Welcome, Sheriff.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board. Good to be here. Good to see you all. I know some of you. A lot going on with retail theft, a lot in the news. The legislature funded us around the state law enforcement. Here in Sacramento, we got $9.5 million. Did an operation about 2 weeks ago because it's far reaching and in depth. So during our operation, for which we ran 7 days, we arrested 285 individuals. And what was interesting about that, out of those 285, 233 were cited, issue citations, because obviously if you're below 950, you don't go to jail the way the laws are written. And that's really been the big issue because you can't combine or aggregate theft. So you can go in stores many times a day and you won't go to jail. And a lot of these folks know that. And that's kind of what we run into. So we did really good information, really a deep dive into who it was and what they were doing. So 65% had a violent criminal history. 62% had been arrested for theft-related crimes before. And tens and thousands of dollars of merchandise was recovered. There's been similar operations throughout the state. And really the big issues with Prop 47, the Safe Streets and Schools Initiative. And because it was an initiative voted on by the voters, they can't change it. They did the organized retail crime theft law by by Assemblyman Joan Sawyer. And that is very onerous in the fact that it needs to be 3 or more people. You need to prove conspiracy for a theft case, which is very difficult. And then you have to prove it for the purposes of resale. So if you look around the state, and we PR'd it before, there have been very few cases that have been resulting in convictions. Most of them have pled out because they couldn't prove that case. And that's really been the issue that we're facing within law enforcement. You know, having been in the legislature and seeing now the end result of what's happening out here, we hear from a lot of folks, a lot of academics that, hey, the stats just don't prove it. They talk about 2016. Well, Prop 47 took effect in 14. It was voted on. It took effect in 16. And since then, the numbers have dropped. And that's really been the big issue. And one reason the numbers have dropped is because the underreporting. So during our operation, if you think about it, we don't get stats from the retailers. They don't call us anymore. A lot of these stores have a non-confrontation policy. Hey, staff, if someone's caught stealing, just let them go. Don't do anything. So it's underreported. Some stores are told not to report in. So for instance, those 285 arrests we had, we would not have known about that. And that's just 12 stores in Sacramento County. So think about statewide, nationwide, what we see here. the numbers are much more significant. So we really don't know. No one's reporting. We aren't getting the numbers and the losses. So I know the legislature wanted a report with that, and they sent you some information. But think about this. Nowhere in that request is to say, talk to the retailers, because they're claiming billions of dollars in losses. We know the losses are there. They're sustaining them, but no one knows what that number is. If you look around when you go shopping, a lot of these stores have plexiglass. You got to push the button for someone to come. It is a big issue. And what was interesting in our operation, I think the public is somewhat understanding if someone's in there, they're homeless, they're buying food. Out of that number, 42 were homeless out of the 285. And these folks weren't stealing food. They were stealing other items, and it really ran the gamut on what they took. So you really want to get down and know what's going on. I think part of it has to do with drugs, substance abuse. Prior to Prop 47, if someone had a drug abuse problem, they had drug court. In Sacramento now, 70% of the people refuse drug court. They don't go to drug court. And I think if someone's got an addiction problem, that's a medical problem. You need treatment. I agree on that 100%. But in drug court, the judges were able to force those folks into treatment. And they don't have that hammer now to force them into treatment. So I don't think anyone wants to really change it back that much. But at some point, we have to stop and figure out how we do this and get these people the help they need. But the issue, and as far as I'm concerned, is not so much the 950 amount. It's just that you can't deal with someone once they've done it over and over and over again. There has to be some hammer. And like I said, some of these folks out here are just doing it because the law, the law is, not going to punish them or get them in trouble. And that segment needs to be dealt with. But like I said, if you have a substance abuse problem, let's get them help after the second time. There are talks about making it a felony, but if you complete rehab, the judge can expunge your record. So we've got to try and help these people. But what we're seeing, and for Sacramento in here, it's not the organized smash and grabs. We don't have any high-end stores, but it doesn't mean that it's any less here in Sacramento, because with the Targets, the Walmarts, people just go in and take whatever they want because they know they're not going to get in trouble. They know there's no accountability, and folks are just walking out willy-nilly and not even running anymore. We had an individual that walked out of a Walmart, had a big screen TV, a cart full of items for several $1,000s. He had his kid push the cart out, and he had been to that Target multiple times in doing that. So I think if you look at all on the news now, the FedEx trucks, UPS trucks, you see thefts there. So it started with with the retail theft, and it's really just exploded where you have groups doing it. But and the organized folks are out there, and make no mistake, they're involved in that. They're involved in human trafficking and a lot of other things. But a lot of it is not even a slow drip. It's the faucets on full of folks just going in and getting whatever they want and knowing there's no accountability. What's ironic, we talked to TJ Maxx and Target in Sacramento County, where we did the operation at, and they told us that they've had a 70% drop in retail theft since our operation. 70%. That's a huge number. And we really don't, like I said, we don't hear, and it's underreported. And that's really the big issue. So like I said, I want to go back to things wouldn't be locked up if there wasn't a theft issue. And then also, they're claiming billions of dollars in losses. They're closing stores in the neighborhoods that need it the most. So the retailer policies have affected it. Obviously, the hands-off policy, underreporting, they don't share data with public safety. And in some cases, some stores are uncooperative. Ulta didn't want law enforcement there. Well, we were there anyways, and if someone commits a crime in our presence, we can go ahead and affect the rest, even for a misdemeanor. So we did that and ended up arresting people. And a lot of it comes down to social image. They don't want to be portrayed as being anti-reform or anti-anything. So a lot of these stores it's just better to take the loss and absorb the losses than to combat it. And at the end of the day, prices are very high. It's tough to struggle for people, but just to sit in front of that Target on Madison Avenue and see the people coming out, it was just, constantly, just walking out with stuff, walking out through self-checkout. And it wasn't because they were homeless, it wasn't because they were going after food. It was because of the laws. So we've got to fix something. It is a major problem. It's been impacting us for quite some time. So I would love to answer some questions if you have any.
Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah, you will get some questions.
Oh, you missed a lot of fun this morning.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Beaart had his hand up already.
First, thank you for your service, and I appreciated seeing you on 60 Minutes. That was very clever. I learned a lot from that episode where you're talking about theft of gift cards, and it was really interesting. So I have questions that are hopefully amenable to kind of yes or no answers. So was it a good thing that the governor allocated $267 million to law enforcement? I think you answered that yes, because you've got $9.5 million.
Yes.
And second, has it been helpful that Congress passed laws dealing with identification of large resellers to deal with the fencing operations? And just yes or no, and then I have a follow-up question.
Not really.
Okay. Why? Because the identification of the channel for disposition of stolen goods has been an issue for millennia and a pretty straightforward process in previous decades. Now, the availability of both online resale and small merchants selling at flea markets or otherwise, there are different channels for disposition of stolen goods. What's been the success record on either the physical reselling or the online reselling? And what amount of resources does your office apply to that activity?
So that's a tough one, and I'll be honest with you, because for this operation, I used 60 detectives. I used a robbery, I used people crimes, I used our fugitive detail. So people don't normally work this type of crime. And a lot of this is on overtime. And you do have the organized retail crime that are doing those things. But what we've noticed here is a lot of individuals, not just organized retail crime. So we see the smash and grabs, and that's great, and someone walking out with a bunch of Tide Pods, but it's that faucet on steady, people just coming in, taking all kinds of things, whatever they want or whatever they need. So that's the big difference. Like I said, I don't have Louis Vuitton or Gucci here in Sacramento County. Our problem is just as bad as it is in LA and San Francisco on a different level with those stores and small mom and pop stores. So yeah, the retail stuff's up there and we see that. But to me, it's that steady faucet on, that everyday thing that people are just doing day in and day out. That is a big issue.
So we heard testimony earlier this morning from representatives of Los Angeles County. I know that the two jurisdictions are not the same remotely, but they indicated relative success in prosecuting under Section 901.4, which requires one or more persons, and you have to be able to prove intent to sell. And they seem relatively okay with that. They noted some problems. Have any cases been brought in Sacramento under that statute?
Not that I'm aware of, and they pled to a lesser charge because it has to be conspiracy.
The statute doesn't require conspiracy.
Are you talking the state statute?
Yes.
On the organized retail crime?
Yeah, it doesn't say conspiracy.
It requires conspiracy.
Okay, well, you want me to read you the statute?
Is that the Jones Sawyer bill?
Okay, so I'm talking about 940.4. Any person who commits the following act is guilty of organized retail theft. And then it says acts in concert with one or more persons to steal merchandise from one or more merchants' premises or online marketplace with the intent to sell, exchange, or return the merchandise for value. That's not a conspiracy statute.
You have two people, and you have to show the intent to sell. And what I'm saying is, if you PRA that, and this has been in effect for what, I believe 2 years now.
Correct.
PRA that and see how many convictions have resulted from that crime. And they may have been talking about it in general terms, but the proof's in the pudding.
Los Angeles County testified earlier today that they had 300 prosecutions, if I'm remembering the numbers correct.
But what I want to say is, knowing how things work, they plead to a lesser charge. So it may not have been that specific charge, and that's where hopefully your commission comes in and can find out and dive in deep to make sure it was that specific charge and not a lesser charge, because most things are pled out to a lesser charge.
I guess what I'm trying to focus on is we had a conversation about whether to change that statute, which was enacted after Proposition 47, meaning Proposition 47 itself wouldn't need to be changed, to deal with the intent requirement, to create some kind of presumption that if it's, in the example we used, stealing 15 bottles of Tylenol, that's not for personal use, you could presume that that was for resale. And then you could charge somebody with a felony under that statute. Would that be a helpful amendment?
Anything would be helpful, but just knowing with the Prop 47, in my mind, it has to go back to the voters to really have significant change with that, because they've piecemealed it all along the way.
Commissioner Hernandez and Sidley.
Assembly member, good seeing you.
Good seeing you.
And some of us still call you assembly member. Just looking in terms of what works. I mean, you mentioned 70% drop at TJ Maxx and Target.
Yes.
And so, I mean, I'm assuming that's presence. I'm assuming that's some arrests. So what was that impact? And one thing we're always concerned about is actually in terms of jail time. I mean, was there jail time involved in that as well? Or just can I explain the whole process?
So word got out. Our jail is on I Street, same street we're on right now. So we don't book misdemeanors in jail. Misdemeanors don't get booked in jail. Right now, there are 30,000 outstanding misdemeanor warrants in Sacramento County. So out of those 285 people, 233 were issued citations. More than likely, they're going to fail to appear, and that will create additional warrants, misdemeanor warrants.
So it was more kind of the presence, the arrest,
Yes, I'm sorry. Basically, word got out. Hey, the cops are out here. Don't go. Don't do this. So, and one thing about the retailers at the local level, the asset protection, loss prevention, they're amazing. The disconnects at the corporate level. So they were very happy, very cooperative. So when they say that, those are real facts. But the thing is, those big box retailers shouldn't get better treatment than small mom and pop stores who are struggling every day just to survive. We should be there with them, but we can't be everything to everybody. And that's really the impact, just that, hey, I know I'm not going to get in trouble, so I'm going to take whatever I want. That lawlessness, so to say.
So going back to just a solution, I mean, as we know, Prop 47 was part of a larger movement on decriminalizing communities. And we heard from other individuals, a slew of additional laws aimed at that. And then you mentioned that there's this perception out there that there is no real punishment for doing certain things. But you just showed that if you have presence in certain specific places, there still might not be that ultimate punishment that we're all concerned about in terms of jail time, but the presence, the vigilance is a deterrent. And so in essence, are we saying that we need more police officers, more vigilance to solve this problem? Or is it we go back to the actual statute in terms of making some of those changes?
I don't think the issue is really more cops. It's not sustainable because this is overtime. I mean, we're busy with serious stuff with human trafficking, drive-by shootings, homelessness, and other things we really should be focusing our attention on. And that's the big issue, to spend a lot of resources on this. And I'll be honest with you, the retailers have some complicity in this. They've been complicit in this, and they've got to do something about it. Because before, they had loss prevention that made arrest, and they would call us. We would come inside them and do those things or arrest them. They had a hand in that, and they've kind of absolved themselves with the gift cards that you saw on TV about that. It's a big problem. 5,000 gift cards off one individual. The stores don't take the loss. The third-party provider takes the loss on the gift cards. So the gift cards has been a problem for 3 years now. The retailers never mentioned it to you or I. They still have the gift cards out there that are unchecked. It is a big issue with that. But the corporate decisions are made, not at our level, at the boardroom. And we really have no input. The public, the Retail Credit Association, or I'm sorry, Retailers Association, we don't have any influence with that board.
Sidley, Commissioner Sidley.
So, sir, thank you so much for coming. So one of the things I think I'm hearing you say is that there's no punishment. However, I'm a former prosecutor, city attorney, and when you charge it a misdemeanor, 6 months, 1 year. So is the problem at the bench that the bench doesn't give them any time, or is it the problem that the jails are full, or a combination of all of that? But how do you explain that?
I think probably a combination, and really the jails, you look at the jails, we have serious and violent offenders because of AB 109. So right now, no one goes to prison anymore. They all go to county jail. So that's reserved for the serious offenders. So as far as misdemeanor offenses, I mean, retail theft is the same as doing a lawn job, vandalism, painting a building. I mean, you don't go to county jail for that. We're not talking prison here. We're talking county jail. You're not going to go for those charges. So, I mean, that's a reality we face. So if you have someone that's problematic, that's a repeat serial offender, you got to deal with it. If someone is a substance abuser, let's get them help somehow. But even if you have money, we've had friends, kids that have gone into rehab. They may have to go 2 or 3 times to force them in. There has to be something to force these people into rehab that need it. And then just the serial thieves, you got to address that somehow.
And you also talked about, thank you for that answer. You also talked about how 70% of those that are caught decide not to go to rehab court, drug court. Is that because they're going to get a better deal if they just take the straight up misdemeanor, then they're going to walk versus having to do it? And so
correct, because nothing happens. And that's really the big thing. The only time they go and get their record expunged is because they want a job. So I'm going to take drug court to get my record expunged and get it cleared for a job. And that's the reason that people do that.
But otherwise, they're just choosing not, because they'll walk out and they'll be done.
There's no penalty.
And you also talked about all of these bench warrants that you have. I'm assuming that the program that you just finished, where you arrested over 200 people, that was probably exceedingly expensive. Maybe it took the whole $9 million that you got. So I'm assuming you're not going out and arresting any of these people with a bench warrant? So
we spent $300,000. $100,000 was out of the overtime, the retail theft grant money, and then we spent $200,000 of salaries. But mind you, I removed detectives from the streets and our pop officers for 7 days, or their other assignments just languished. So that's the real issue with that. And misdemeanors, there's a bunch of felony warrants too. So it's just, there's so much to prioritize, because as you know, as a former prosecutor, a lot of people just fail to appear. FTAs are the big thing, whether felony or misdemeanors, they just don't show up for court.
Right. We had a city attorney who testified that he's no longer able to charge petty theft with a prior. Would it be helpful to get a petty theft with priors back? And then
it would. And like I said, I'm not trying to lock people up, but maybe on your third offense, they charge that. And if you go to court, complete rehab, then okay, it's expunged. I get that. But we've got to differentiate between someone that's got a drug problem and someone that's just doing it to do it and help those people. I get that. And no one goes to prison under this. You go to county jail if you were. That's the one issue with this.
Let me ask you one other question.
Sure.
How do you determine who's even eligible for drug court? Do they show signs of drugs? How do you figure out that, oh, I'm going to send this guy to drug court?
I think we can look at their history. If they self-admit they've got a substance abuse problem, and some people do want to get help, and that's a better offer to go to drug court in lieu of going to jail and getting in trouble. And it was we had a lot of successful cases with the court. It gave the court's discretion, not law enforcement, but a judge, to decide, hey, is this person worth it? And they were very successful.
But they would go if they were facing a felony. They wouldn't go if they were facing a misdemeanor?
Correct. There's no reason to go with a misdemeanor because there's no punishment.
Right, so you'll walk.
You walk.
Okay.
But I will say, in this whole thing, I keep going back on it, and I've been in law enforcement 31 years, and my time in the legislature 8 years. The retailers are a problem with this. They've got to do something to address it, because we're spending taxpayer dollars to help the retailers who have a lot of money, and at the corporate level, that's what they care about. And it's not okay. It's not right. and we're just helping the select group. And meanwhile, all these small business owners are languishing and don't have insurance and can't replace the items they're stolen and go out of business.
So, I mean, a lot of people have skin in the game here and aren't necessarily participating at the levels they should. So my last question to you would be, what language would you like to see changed? If you could rewrite the law, what would it be?
I would say on the second time, your second conviction, it results in that second or third. And like I said, play strong on the rehab part, on that portion for people.
So second or third would then be eligible for felony.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that still has to go back to the voters, though.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Vice Chair Cannella.
Thank you, Sheriff, for being here today. Really appreciate it. You said that the retailers need to do more to solve it. How can they solve it?
Well, number one, be engaged. If you're claiming the billions of dollars in losses, tell us what's going on. Report that to us. It's just been a general overarching, we're losing money, and we see the end result with the plexiglass in the stores. But tell us more so we can be involved and help with that. And they don't. What we've seen is just higher cost. And then especially with the self-checkout, some of these big retailers have nobody at the self-checkout. There's nobody there. You go, and I saw it personally. They'll scan one or two items and then walk out with a cart, or they'll walk out with a cart full of stuff in self-checkout. So it's like, come on, you're claiming this, but you can't, they're talking out of both sides of their mouths.
Okay, so you don't want them tackling people and placing them under citizen's arrest. You want them to report and maybe have better policy when it comes to self-checkout.
Yeah, and I think there are times you can detain people also.
Yeah.
I mean, we see that because, obviously we don't want anybody threatened or injured, but I think there's a time when they can stop people and detain them, and they have. They did in the ironic thing center, they did it before.
Okay. And then back to the jail situation again. So even if we changed it where after 2 times it could be tried as a felony, do you have room in your jail for shoplifting, even if it's a felony?
No, not really.
Yeah. So it's really just the threat of a felony. It's not necessarily going to get locked up. I mean, having a felony is a big deal. I mean, that's life-changing, certainly, but it's not jail time. It would be a felony and all that comes along with it.
Yeah, with alternative sentencing, it's not a violent crime, work project, ankle bracelet monitoring. So just because you got convicted of a felony doesn't mean you're going to spend any time in jail.
Yeah,
that's a reality because it is a low-level crime, a low-level felony.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Just one more question. Earlier, we heard from retailers that sometimes response time is an issue in terms of them working with law enforcement. You mentioned earlier too that it's a staffing issue. So is response time something that folks should look at, or it just depends on the situation?
Depends on the situation. In Sacramento, before we had a program where we trained the loss prevention people to call in. They detained somebody for shoplifting. They'd call in our records, run them with an ID and verify who they were, and we allowed them to cite them. That was a very successful program that happened here and other places in the state. That's effective, and it's driven by calls for priority. If we're tied up on a shooting, then yeah, you're going to have some lag time on that.
David Beaart.
I'm going down a different route to pick up on your point about retailers and their responsibility. 2 questions. And I'm channeling an article from the LA Times where they talked about the National Retail Federation's estimate of $94 billion in theft. And they claimed that it was half from retail theft. And then they withdrew the number and said, well, that's not true. And they explained why. How did that make you feel?
They're liars. I don't trust anything the retailers say. Like I said, it's that corporate boardroom where those decisions are made. And that's just, and who knows what that real number is?
Yeah. No, second question, would it help you if in order to collect on the insurance against theft, which most large retailers have, they had to report to you before they can collect on their insurance?
I think the public will like that and know that, yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcetti.
Good afternoon, Sheriff. And I've never met. It's a pleasure to be talking with you today.
Thank you.
This cameraman, I assume, is not with you.
No.
But he is here because of you.
He's
well,
a local.
He wants to film. You're the sheriff. You're the top law enforcement officer in the county. And you're talking about a subject that is dear to the people who are watching this program. So they're listening to you. So when you said you're describing the Target store where someone continually is walking out, and you made it appear by constantly, your words, that was happening. Wasn't in fact the case? Was it really constant that you or others see people as the same person, one after another, and no one is stopping them? Or is it maybe a little less than that?
It was fairly constant, and we only have so many officers that would get tied up, and others would go out that we couldn't stop and detain.
Okay, what do you mean by constant then?
It was pretty much a constant flow of people just walking out of the store without paying, whether through the front entrance or going out the side emergency entrances. And they're not even running, they're just actually walking out.
Okay, so you're talking about what, 10%, 5%, 20% of the people who are in the store are not paying, they're walking out?
Whatever that percentage is. I mean, it's high, the losses are very high. In talking to the employees and what I saw with my own eyes there.
Okay, but as my fellow commissioner pointed out, some of the information we've been given by the retail companies is not exactly accurate. It seems to be exaggerated greatly. So my concern is what the populace is hearing from our elected officials and people of authority and respect as you know, like you are. Like you said that misdemeanors are not going to jail. I think that was, incorrect. But I'm assuming DUI convictions, domestic violence, you find room for those individuals in your jail, do you not, or not?
There's a lot of DUIs that are cited out. For instance, CHP will take them to their local field offices, have them blow, and cite them out in the field. So you don't see a lot of folks get booked. Yeah, for domestic violence, absolutely. But a lot of charges, when someone can cite in the field, they will cite in the field and not book them, because it's a misdemeanor is a misdemeanor. I don't care what it is besides domestic violence. Like I said, a long job, vandalism, it's all treated the same.
Okay, I don't quite understand this. If a deputy sheriff stops someone on suspicion of DUI and they're convinced this person is under the influence, does he or she then have the obligation to book that individual, arrest that person and book them?
They are turned over to CHP. And I've talked to someone this morning who was arrested by CHP for driving under the influence. They took him to the station, had him blow there, and then released him. I had someone come and get them.
Who released them? The CHP or the Sheriff's Department?
CHP does that a lot, yes.
They have the ability to just release them?
Yes.
No charges are going to be filed?
They cite them out with a citation, a ticket for driving under the influence.
And they then have to report to the local prosecutor, DA, or city attorney, whoever it is handling that case?
Correct. And
there's no, to your knowledge, is there any follow-up on those who don't show up?
Well, if someone,
the bench warrant obviously would be issued.
Correct. And when that happens, no one's out actively looking, no matter where you are for misdemeanors, because you have a bunch of felony warrants that are outstanding.
But people who are incarcerated or been convicted of domestic violence and they have a misdemeanor sentence, 180 days, a year maximum, obviously, they are not going to be cited out. They will show up. But how much time will they serve in your jail? If someone is sentenced to 120 to 180 days by the judge to your county jail for domestic violence, how much time will he or she serve?
Probably about half that. You don't serve your full sentence because of the fact that because of AB 109, all those inmates from that would have been in correction, CDCR, are now in county jail. So misdemeanors, we release them, put them on alternative sentencing, ankle bracelet monitoring to try and keep our numbers down for the serious folks.
Okay. It'd be helpful for us. I'm not going to ask you to answer the question directly right now. You may have it for us to know, as of today, for example, how many people do you have in custody? What are they in custody for? Is it misdemeanors? Are they charged with felonies? Are they sentenced? Are they waiting trial? Whatever whatever the situation is, and what is your current capacity? What's your maximum capacity?
Our maximum capacity is this jail downtown is 2,500. Right now we're at 1,700. The majority are awaiting trial. And the court has backed that up because of COVID. So between our two jails, one jail was for sentence, one jail was for pretrial. It's pretty much full, both jails of pretrial inmates. And pretty much once you go to court, your time served, you're out. So you're not serving that much time in the jail in the first place.
Right.
And you get a lot of credit. The way the credits come now, you get a tremendous amount of credits.
Yeah. So the other thing that we'd ask you for is in writing, provide to us your ideas as to what the commission can perhaps adopt, and asking the legislature and the governor to make some changes to make at least the perception, if not the actual thing, safer for the community. So if you could do that, and I appreciate that you personally are here, and because you're the office. You represent the office. You're elected to do that. And as a former assembly member, you know what that responsibility is. So if you could do that, that would be extremely helpful to us, because we want to help, but we need the specific information that could do that. And I know you're one of over 50 sheriffs in the state, so everyone has their individual issues, but this is of vital importance. The other thing that I would ask you and any other individual involved in law enforcement, when there is a camera, when there is a reporter, they are looking for things that is going to lead with the news. And sometimes, because I've seen it personally, and I know this happens, where that information is not as accurate as it should be, but yet it sets the frame of mind for the community. So when we say that the community is really fearful, a lot of that is based on incorrect facts, if they had the facts. So I think there's some caution that we all, even on this commission, have to be careful of when we go forward, that we deal with the facts and then move forward. And I'm not saying anything about what you've said. You've testified forthrightly on this, and I appreciate it. And if there's more information, but specific ideas that you or your staff have as to changes that can be made, that would be great.
I think it's good the commission's having this hearing and talking about this. I think the difference is on this versus other issues. You see stuff on a drive-by shooting, some sexual assault or something, a murder on TV. On the theft piece, the citizens see it every day in the store. They see people walking out, running out. They see things locked up. So they've all seen that. So it's firsthand, it's real, it's raw. And even these retailers did a poll. It's like 83% of the public wants something done with retail theft. That's high as hell for anything initiative. That's a winner hands down. And that's the difference in this. I think the public has seen it, and and the prices too. They go and pay for stuff day in and day out. The prices are astronomical. So I think they see that. So that's, to them, it's real. That's one thing I'm hearing from them is they want something done. They're fed up. They want government to do something about it.
And they do. And I want to say that 83% may be an accurate number in terms of people who have either been victimized, who have actually seen it, or they've heard about it, quote, heard about it, and haven't experienced it. But even if it's only 40%, only half of that, that's much too high that we as a community and law enforcement should and can accept. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you. Commissioner Sidley has a question, and then I understand, Sheriff, you've got to go.
I'm here for you guys.
Okay, well then I was misinformed. Might as well buckle up.
No, Sheriff, I just have one follow-up question. You talked about those bigger retailers that have the self-checkout. And, obviously it appears they're doing self-checkout to save money and they're not hiring people. And then they're turning to you to solve their problem. So that's one subset. You also talked about the mom and pop stores. What can they do? Do you have ideas about how they can help themselves? Because as we've talked about, everybody has a role to play here.
It's tough for them because they're typically by themselves. They don't have a loss prevention. They're just struggling to get by. So they really don't have anyone to turn to or anything. They are pretty much screwed on that. And that's the big issue. And if I had enough officers, I'd love to be there guarding them and making sure they were okay. But it's just a numbers thing. And I think that people just right now, they don't have a fear of getting in trouble. It's kind of just take it. And that's why I point where it's gone to the UPSs, the FedEx, the trucks, going on in the trucks and just taking the packages off of them because they really have no fear. It's like almost this cat got out of the bag, and how do we put the cat back in the bag? I don't have that answer.
Thank you.
And since you said you had more time, I have Vice Chair Cannella has a question.
Just one follow-up, and this may be too difficult to answer, and if it is, I certainly understand. But as a career law enforcement person, as a member of the State Assembly for 8 years, if you could point to what you think is the biggest culprit for this increase in retail theft, would it be AB 109, Prop 47, Prop 57, all or part, or would it be something else in your opinion? I think you're an expert in this area.
I think all the above have contributed to it. I mean, we've had some reforms, but that have been good, but we've never gone back and really looked at what was the impact of the reforms. And that's really what it comes down to with that. And 47, for instance, with the DNA, the cold case hits, our cold case hits have dropped by probably about 6,000 or 7,000 less cold case hits on a murder or rape series and things like that, because we're not getting DNA anymore, because those 7 crimes were reduced from felonies to misdemeanors. And when you got a cold case hit and solved that crime, it came because somebody was arrested for drugs and or theft. That was data in 10 states in the UK on that. That is scientific data. That's from academics that said that. So there's been a lot of things, and we've never gone back and say, hey, what's working? There's never been a revisit. It's just that hard, fast. We're not changing it. We don't want to lock people up. That's not the answer. But, we're in a conundrum.
Commissioner Hernandez.
I just want to go back to that 70% and what you said in terms of word of mouth and what you said in terms of the fear of getting in trouble, because there's policy and there's practice. So policy here, we're trying to get in terms of the actual statute, but practice, the belief system out there that there's no repercussion in terms of stealing. And it's just the simple fact of being there, showing that you will get arrested, maybe or may not serve jail time, but it was that presence, that word of mouth that changed the practice and lowered what was happening at TJ Maxx and Target. So I don't know, maybe we should expand on that in terms of staff by looking at examples.
Correct. And 15% were kids, juveniles. And it's not stealing candy. Some had guns on them. It's not. And the thing is, food, people can understand, hey, you're surviving to eat. It's just stealing items that have nothing to do with that. That's the scary part.
Mr. Garcetti.
One last question, I think.
Sure.
I believe it was at our last hearing, but it could have been some other place. I've been doing a deep dive into this. But what I've heard from merchants, because I've talked to a lot of merchants myself, and it primarily has to do has nothing to do with Sacramento, has to do with the larger Los Angeles area, is that there are police and sheriff departments who get involved in this retail theft. Let's call it a petty theft, someone walking out the door, whatever. And the officers refused to arrest because they said, look, DA office, city attorney's office is not going to prosecute it. Even if they are, they're not going to get anything. So we're not going to be bothered with it. What is the attitude that you've instilled in your deputies for the larger Sacramento County?
We get involved, and then I tell them to go ahead and do that. And it's like drugs are misdemeanors. Nothing happens with drugs. Go ahead and do it still, because one thing we're looking at, and a lot of jurisdictions are looking at, is that constant nuisance, where maybe you've got 10 citations and you're a constant problem in dealing with that. So I tell them, go ahead and issue the ticket, and we can't worry about what the DA does, whether they file or don't file charges. But you have to do that because it is a broken window theory in my mind with this retail theft. And it's just gotten out of hand right now for everyone.
Okay, I'm going to do one last sweep. I see no other raised hands or arched eyebrows. So there's no further questions. Sheriff Cooper, thank you very much for sharing your insight with us.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate your service.
Crystal, I think I see our next witness.
Yes, our next witness is Senator Roger Nilo, who represents the California Senate District 6. Senator Nilo, please begin your testimony when you're ready, and make sure your green light on your microphone is on.
Okay. Now, you may remember, Senator, when you were an assembly member, we always talked about how everybody who worked hard was on the green carpet in the assembly. Now you're on the red carpet.
Well, now we just loll around on the floor and play cards and have gentlemanly and kind debates.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
Good to see you again too, Chair Nava. It's been a while.
Yep, a little bit.
And commissioners, thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and appreciate that you have agreed to take on this issue. I'm representing the Senate Republican caucus, and we sent a letter to you, which you should have received. And our position is that the 2014 Safe Neighborhoods and School Acts is anything but in exercise. While there are people on both sides of the issue, and I'm sure on your commission there are people on both sides of this issue, and I'll admit actual statistics are somewhat lacking, but one thing that's important to note is that surveys show that most public opinion reflects a significant concern about trends in crime and retail serious theft in particular. But as for those statistics, because of the frequency, businesses have become reluctant to file reports on every incident, or in some cases, any incident. And we cite a few reasons for that in the letter. I won't go over those in detail. You can see them there. But additionally, due to resources, law enforcement's ability to respond to reports is particularly challenged. So this creates, we believe, a significant underreporting of incidents, truly compromising the statistics. But I would point out, if any of you have been in a retail store, the reality is hard to deny, as all can see, and are inconvenienced by so much merchandise being behind lock and key. Why are they doing that? I think the reason is obvious. So we Republicans have attempted to modify Proposition 47, not a wholesale repeal of it, but modify certain aspects of it, particularly with regard to retail theft and drug abuses, referring to drug court, which the sheriff addressed. We have tried, but we have been rebuffed in the legislature. Typically, nothing gets past a committee. So we turned to the Little Hoover Commission to help us get to the facts as to the reality of the situation. But here's the biggest problem. So, and created by Proposition 47 and frankly, other criminal justice reform efforts, when the consequence of a crime is so reduced, as in the case of retail theft, shoplifting, the lesser angels of us, not everybody, but the lesser angels of us will take that as an official sign that that crime really isn't so bad, maybe even acceptable. I was listening to KFBK radio news this morning, and I came in on the comment late, so I didn't hear the source. But one of the reporters stated that there have been experiences of criminals taking things off shelves and taking them without paying for it. And when challenged on that, either by law enforcement or anybody else, they say, well, you can't do anything to me because I have less than $950 in merchandise here. So we have a perception, as I said, among the lesser angels among us, that this isn't so bad. We also have a significant perception among the public with regard to the existence of crime, and I'd say on both of these issues, we have kind of a crisis of perception. And with regard to the public's perception, we either need to address that perception or address the problem. And hopefully the Little Hoover Commission can assist us in doing that. So thank you very much for taking it on, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Commissioner Garcetti.
Senator, pleasure. Thank you. So are you suggesting that we perhaps recommend to the legislature and the governor that they reduce the $950 level to a lower level?
Well, you asked that essentially that question in different words to the sheriff, and
I did, but I'm asking you now.
And I know, and my answer is either or reduce the level to what it was before, and or prosecute multiple occurrences.
Okay. If you reduce it, is that going to solve the issue?
That's why I think perhaps multiple occurrences still has to be on the table.
And by multiple occurrences, you're talking about someone who's been convicted more than once or twice,
yes,
whatever number it is, of a quote, petty theft can now be prosecuted as a felon?
Acknowledging that it's difficult to track that. So the effectiveness of that, I would question, but it would certainly help.
Yeah, I don't know if it'd be difficult to, if someone in Los Angeles, Sacramento County, for example, has been convicted of a petty theft. I mean, that's easy to find. A second time, easy to find. So that would be, I think, fairly easy thing to do.
Yeah, and the number could be up to debate.
Okay. The ultimate question is, what is a judge going to do with it? What is the sheriff going to do with it? Given the consent decree, and you can only have so many people in custody. Right now, even when I was a district attorney, I knew back then, and this was a long time ago, that if someone was sentenced for, let's say, DUI or domestic violence for 180 days or 207 days or a year, they're going to be out in a couple of months. That's it. And they knew this, that they were going to be out in a couple of months. So where are we? We look at one issue, but it really is a much larger issue because it involves the discretion of the judge, what he or she wants to do and feels is the right thing to do. And then two, do we have the resources to carry this out? Because your thinking, I suppose, and that would be mine, is if you're facing a year in county jail, hey, that's a deterrence. I don't want to spend a year in county jail or 180 days or 30 days or any days, frankly. But if he or she knows there's no way I would ever spend that kind of time, you know, maybe a couple days, big deal. So I'm raising the issue, and I raise the issue because I would like perhaps your office to give us ideas how to deal with that bigger issue. If we were to say, let's reduce it, this is what also will have to be done. It's not just one thing, it's several things that has to be done. And I understand it's the voters that have to ultimately reduce it, but you know, we're making some recommendations that maybe legislatively can be made that I won't say get around 47, but help 47 and help make the community a safer place.
First of all, fortunately, I have not had to face that dilemma of what I'd do if I was facing a year in jail. So glad for that. But I would agree, this is a complicated issue, and criminal justice reform generally has a lot of moving parts. And to the extent that someone that might be looking at jail time is convinced because of the circumstances of the system currently that they're not going to serve anywhere near that. Similarly, there are people who believe that they can take $950 worth of stuff out of a store and they have no consequence to it. Those are two very similar things, but we come to the question from different sources, and I would agree it's a complicated issue. I'm hoping that the Little Hoover Commission can help us address that, but it is to your point, it would be much better if we could address that legislatively as opposed to a group proposing a proposition, because I think that we would provide better solutions that way.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I've got Commissioner Hernandez, followed by Commissioner Johnson, followed by Commissioner Beaart. So Commissioner Hernandez.
I don't really have a question, but no, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Those are the easy questions.
There you go. Commissioner Johnson.
So following up to Commissioner Garcetti's comments and questions, are you personally, Senator, considering sponsoring a bill towards dealing with this issue? And if you are, or if you were to, what could this commission study help provide to you or your fellow legislature to help in such a proposal? What could we specifically achieve through our study and recommendations?
Acknowledging that is a multifaceted and complex issue. I'll grant that, and solutions have to address that. But I did author a bill this last year that addressed serial theft. On the fourth occurrence of a misdemeanor, the penalty would be enhanced. And that bill did not make it out of the Public Safety Committee. So I was unsuccessful, and as I indicated before, we typically are. But again, as I indicated to Mr. Garcetti, that I acknowledge it's a complex issue. Again, multifaceted. It's not just retail crime. We have generally reforms to the criminal justice system that I think compromise, in my opinion, true law enforcement. But it has to be addressed as a multifaceted, complex issue. And again, hopefully the Little Hoover Commission can help us with that.
All right, Commissioner Beaart.
Thank you. And I very much appreciate your taking the time to show up in person. It's an important to be able to interact with you. One of the things that I think is a singular benefit of the Little Hoover Commission is we spend a lot of time on issues. So we can delve into details, but also we have as a goal bipartisan or nonpartisan approaches. And so let me just offer one theory and see how you react to it. Because your legislation on essentially 4 times gets enhanced was a way of responding to others who may have said the solution, the singular solution, is changing the amount. And we received information from staff pointing out other states, Texas is $2,000. Perhaps not focusing so much on the singular number and more on the approach that you've taken, which is what are the tools in the toolkit that are available to police, to prosecutors, to judges on making the consequence of the action meaningful. And that could be that the offender gets referred to drug treatment, and it could be an ankle monitor. But how do we get from right now the partisan dispute to a kind of shared solution where somebody's not holding up something and saying, this is the solution, when that's not going to work, but we work towards a solution where there's a more holistic consensus. I think that's our struggle, because I think there's a kind of visceral question about just the amount alone. And it seems like you're open to that. And is that what you're looking for from us? Kind of more holistic, multifactorial set of solutions?
Yes, I think you could help out a great deal that way. And too often we gravitate towards simple solutions in the legislature, but some problems are multifaceted and complex like this, and should be addressed that way. And if I was successful with that bill last year, that wouldn't be my only approach to it. And I would seek to learn more about other causes of the criminal justice reform that has ended up with what I would argue are unintended consequences.
First of all, thank you, Senator, for being here. I know we're very busy, and we
good to see you again too.
Yes, thank you, sir. And I do think, part of the struggles with the legislature is it's an elected office and there's teams and grandstanding is part of office.
We should wear uniforms so we know who each other is.
Exactly. I think there's so few of you now that I think it's pretty easy to fill that team. But I think that's part of the issue. And I hope that's why the legislature, and I don't think I've ever seen a letter with so many signatures from members of the legislature asking anybody to do anything. And so I was very moved by that so many of you got together and said, look, we have these disagreements and we would like a body to look at it and come up with some conclusions. Because I'll tell you, just on this dais, there are lots of different opinions that have come out a little bit just during questioning. But I do think the Little Hoover Commission, I served as a member when I was on the legislature. And I do believe at the end of the day, we will come up with those recommendations, not based on a team mentality or grandstanding, because it doesn't really matter if we grandstand up here, but I think real recommendations based on what we've learned. And I just don't think we would have done that if we wouldn't even have the opportunity if it wasn't for all of you in the legislature. I think you showed great leadership by requesting that, because you may be on what you believe may not be the facts that we find. And so it was a risky move to do that. So I do appreciate that you all came together, even if it's to sign a letter. Maybe that turns into something else, because I certainly think at this time in our country, we need people to come together to solve difficult problems. So thank you.
You are absolutely right about that. And your point toward the end, I have always been guided by the principle of be careful the question you ask, because you just might get it. But I was pleased when that letter with the larger number of signatures came out, because we're at an impasse on this. We're not doing anything about a problem that our public perceives as a significant problem. And as I said, we either need to address that perception or address the problem. And so, as you pointed out, a significant number of legislators on both sides of the aisle signed a letter that they probably wouldn't have penned in exactly the same way, but that's okay, because we're trying to get toward a solution. And if we end up with a solution that nobody is completely satisfied with, we probably ended up with the right solution.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, my remarks with respect to the Assembly doing all the work and not so much on the Senate was not meant to be a reflection on the Vice Chair, who came from the Senate side.
I used to have arguments with Dave Cox about that all the time.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing your perspective with us. And I think what Vice Chair Cannella has pointed out should be reinforced. And that is that we may be registered with different parties, but that should never get in the way of working cooperatively to come up with the best kind of alternatives in our decision-making process. And you, Senator, I still remember, were one of the members in the legislature that anyone could go talk to, that anyone could have a conversation with and feel they were heard and that they were respected. And thank you for that.
If that's my reputation, it is wholly satisfying, because I try to be that way. And let me say, more importantly than you thanking me for taking the time to be here, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to the issue. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, our next witness is Robin Johnson, who is Assistant Chief for the Office of the Special Representative for the California Highway Patrol. Welcome, Assistant Chief Johnson. Please check to make sure the green light on your microphone is on and begin your testimony when you're ready. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I brought a whole crew, so.
Well, I'm sure that we'll have questions for everybody once we know what they do.
They're the experts. So first of all, good afternoon. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the entire commission for having us here today. I'm Assistant Chief Robin Johnson, as Crystal said, and I am the special representative to the legislature and here on behalf of Commissioner DeRee. I also have with me Lieutenant Jason Blankenship, who's the department's liaison to our field task forces, and Sergeant Manny Navarez, who's our Golden Gate Division Organized Retail Crime Task Force Sergeant. So we wanted to bring some of the experts in to answer some of your questions. Organized retail crime is a serious problem, as we know, throughout the country. The California State Legislature recognized organized retail theft as an increasing concern in 2018. Governor Brown signed Assembly Bill 1065, the Jones-Sawyer bill, in September of 2018, requiring the CHP in coordination with the California Department of Justice to convene a regional property crimes task force to assist local law enforcement with logistical support and other law enforcement resources, including but not limited to personnel and equipment. In July of 2021, Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill 331, another Jones-Sawyer bill, which made the CHP's Organized Retail Crime Task Force permanent and committed unprecedented funding to expand the Organized Retail Crime Task Force and increase the safety and security to the California communities. The CHP created 3 regional teams for the task forces, one in the Bay Area, one in Los Angeles, and one in the greater San Diego area. Additionally, the CHP hired 2 retired annuitants to provide statewide coordination and 4 crime analysts to provide analytical and supplemental investigative support for the task force, for the task force's regional teams, and is expanding the task force operations into the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley areas as well. In August of 2023, in response to the recent large-scale organized thefts that we saw in the greater Los Angeles area, the CHP recently added additional personnel to the already established Southern Division Los Angeles area regional team. Organized retail crime suspects frequently traverse various jurisdictions across multiple counties while targeting numerous retailers. This creates significant investigative challenges for local law enforcement agencies. However, the CHP's Organized Retail Crime Task Force frequently collaborates with all stakeholders, including other law enforcement agencies, retailers, e-commerce, small business representatives, and retail associations to identify solutions for reducing organized retail theft, identify recent trends, share best practices, and disseminate actionable intelligence. Additionally, the CHP frequently engages with allied agencies and retail industry stakeholders in a proactive leadership role by providing training and resources, hosting monthly and quarterly meetings and seminars, presenting at organized retail crime conferences, participating in fusion centers, and assisting allied agencies with creating their own organized retail crime units. The Organized Retail Crime Task Force's regional teams, as well as associate investigators in the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley areas, conduct comprehensive investigation of organized retail crime groups, boosters, and fences, and collaborate with allied agencies, retailers, and loss prevention to conduct proactive operations. Since the inception of our Organized Retail Crime Task Force in October of 2019, the CHP has been involved in over 2,200 investigations that have led to the arrest of more than 1,800 suspects and the recovery of nearly 480,000 items of stolen retail merchandise valued at more than $35 million. I will now defer to Sergeant Navarez to talk about the trends the CHP is seeing in regards to retail crime and the challenges we experience or see other agencies experience in combating retail crime.
Good afternoon. Thank you first off for having me here. Some of the trends that law enforcement and the CHP are seeing statewide in regards to some of these thefts include some of the grab and go thefts that occur statewide. These are operations conducted by individuals when they walk into a retail store, load up carts, bags, and sometimes shopping bags with merchandise, and then leave the store without paying for the merchandise. Another form of theft that we see is a flash mob. This is when a group of individuals coordinate and go walk into a store. They overtake or overpower the employees and then take whatever merchandise is available to them, and then they walk out of the store again without paying for the merchandise. Additionally, we see smash and grabs. Smash and grabs are the violent events when individuals, again, coordinate, walk into some of the stores, use either tools or weapons to smash some of the glass and take some of the higher expense items that are at the stores. Those usually become very violent because we've noticed in the past that some of the lookouts are typically armed. We also see point of sale or register fraud. This is an instance when individuals will use counterfeit money, stolen credit cards, fraudulent debit cards, as well as gift cards to purchase merchandise from the store and occasionally return it back to the store for either credit or actual cash refunds from the store. As well as cargo theft. Cargo theft is typically seen when we see an intervention between or an intervention in cases where the theft is stolen in transit from either a distributor to the retail store. And we've noticed in the past that there are certain tactics that are used in some of these cases. A lot of them are usually cases where employees have been involved by either working with the thieves or coordinating or taking payment for some of the thefts. They involve sometimes forcing a tractor or trailer to stop in the middle of transit and then taking over the trailer. We also seen sometimes the trailers are abandoned, waiting delivery, and then the thieves, of course, know the trailer is there, they know that it's full, and they take those as well. In recent history or in the recent year, we've seen some incidents that have been highly publicized. Some of the recent ones were the Nordstrom takeover at the Topanga Mall here in California, and that was earlier this year, I believe it was August, where up to 30 individuals rushed into a store, into the Nordstroms, and took just over $100,000 in stolen property. The second incident that was highly publicized was the, and I could be wrong, is the Ives St. Lawrence store in Glendale. And that was also in August of this year, where 30 to 50 individuals went into the store, overtook the store, and I think the loss suffered by the retailer was somewhere in the area of $300,000. And those are just some of the trends that we have been seeing within the last couple of years.
Thank you.
You want to go ahead and address the challenges that we're seeing as well?
Yeah, some of the challenges that we have been seeing within the last couple of years is recognizing that these groups are sophisticated, they're well organized, and they work in an effort to evade law enforcement. Some of these groups work by still using face coverings while they commit some of the thefts. They utilize stolen cars. Sometimes these cars are cold-plated by fictitious license plates, and that becomes problematic for us because we are now trying to identify and dismantle the groups, and these groups are working statewide and going from county to county. One of the other issues that we're having is identifying these groups that are working within multi-jurisdictions, multiple counties, and identifying to dismantle them. And then, of course, seeking prosecution. Prosecution has been challenging for us because we're having trouble identifying the district attorneys that will take on vertical prosecution. Some of these groups know that, for example, working in the Bay Area, we have identified groups that will go from Santa Clara County to San Mateo County and then up to Alameda County. And we're putting these cases together and then having to shop for the proper district attorney to charge the cases. We know that if we create a well-established case, a strong case, finding the one prosecutor to take over the case and finding the right charges will ultimately assist in helping us deter these groups from committing additional thefts.
So, you know, sometimes, I mean, I think people are familiar with the phrase forum shopping, and that's where, you know, a defendant or a plaintiff in a civil case, but a defendant will try to find a court that is favorable to their perspective. What you just said sounds very similar to you have to forum shop in order to find a district attorney's office who is oriented towards recognizing the seriousness of the offenses that you have investigated and presented. And you're not always, you just got to find the right folks. Is that what you're telling me sometimes?
What I can say, I'm sorry, what I can tell you is that some of our previous investigations, we've identified the group of boosters. Those are the individuals that are going store to store or retailer taking the property. And then we identified the initial fence, which is the group that is taking in the property and then reselling it back to the unsuspecting buyers or the innocent purchasers. And in some of our recent cases, as we file that to get the conspiracy charge between the boosters and the fences, we are, like you said, we are having to shop for a district attorney that would take on the case. What we've done in the last couple of months is we've had meetings with prosecutors to educate them and to seek assistance to find out what it is they're looking for to create that case. We've had some instances, specifically in Santa Clara County, where we have filed a multi-suspect case, and that was initiated by Santa Clara County, and they took on the whole investigation.
Right. Well, I mean, it's just a sort of ringing bells when we took testimony and prepared our report on intimate partner violence and also labor trafficking. It was a question in some instances of district attorneys who hadn't had sufficient training with respect to the presentation of a labor trafficking case. And I think and obviously I've got commissioners up here who are going to have questions, but part of what I think I see avenues of frustration, and we've heard a fair amount of it today, is you've got some retailers saying, we don't call law enforcement because they take too long, and then when they do get here, they don't do anything. And then we've got other law enforcement people who say, you know what, if they'd call us, we'd go there. And then we have prosecutors who are saying, you know, if it's only a misdemeanor, we're not really sure that that's the sort of thing that we're going to pursue. And in a way, the focus then shifts to Prop 47 is responsible for all this bad stuff. And I think part of our job is to comb through the various perspectives to see whether or not we can focus specifically on where we think recommendations ought to be placed to come out with something that makes sense overall. Yeah, Commissioner Garcetti.
What I've heard thus far is not really focusing on 47 per se, I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong. You may be advocating changes there, but what I'm hearing is that you need help prosecuting these cases, period. I mean, it's be the DA, the AG. You haven't said anything about the AG, why the AG is not involved in this, because the AG often steps in when there are multiple counties involved, but the AG said, no, not me. I'm not sure what the situation there is, but I would like to hear your intake or your sharing with me. Have you gone to the AG? And as the AG said, yes, this is something that we need to be involved in or should be involved in. Certainly that's something we can recommend if you think that's a good idea. We can, even if you don't think it's a good idea, we can recommend it. We do that occasionally. But I'm really surprised to hear that you're having the difficulty you're having with DAs. Is it just that we're not sure we have the jurisdiction? They're afraid they're going to get kicked out of court that you don't have the jurisdiction, or it's complicated? I don't know where it is, because if I were the DA in Los Angeles and you brought me a case, this would be an important case that I would want to bring to send a signal out there that what we are doing. And these are not misdemeanors. We're talking about felonies here, and that there are going to be consequences for this. And I would want to assure my community that I'm doing whatever we can. And it certainly is different having the CHP coming in this really kind of street crime type of thing. But fine, the governor gave you money to do this, and I take it you have the expertise and ability to do it. And you obviously, what was it, 2,200 investigations, 1,800 arrests? How many of them led to prosecutions?
I can say that we were very successful so far, or thus this year. We filed, I don't have the exact number on the cases, but we have filed some of the 490.4 cases. I cannot positively give you the data on how many of them were prosecuted to the to the extent that they should be. But we know that the filing packet does include that charge on some of our cases.
What counties were this who made the charges?
This was, I think some of the ones we had were in Santa Clara County. Solano County has been very aggressive. Contra Costa County, we sat with them a couple of months ago and they are taking our cases as well. But some of these, even some of these counties up in the northern part of Golden Gate Division, which is Alameda, Solano, Contra Costa, we have had the instance where we've had to negotiate with the prosecutors on who should be the right one to take the case because, again, these suspects are traversing multiple counties.
Anything in Southern California? You brought any cases? Have you been focusing on Southern California at all?
So we do, and that Lieutenant Blankenship, that's his role, is the overall and the data collection from throughout the state for all of the different task forces. So do you have information on the Southern or overall?
Yes, so absolutely. As Chief Johnson said, we have a regional team that's based out of the Los Angeles area. And then we also have a regional team that's down in the San Diego area. And those teams were stood up at the same time as the Golden Gate team that Sergeant Navarez was a part of. And yes, we have had successful prosecutions in those areas, especially out of the Orange County office. I can't give you the exact numbers. I think I provided them to Chief Johnson earlier. We do have a breakdown of the number of arrests for each geographical area, as well as the number of investigations.
We'd like to see those if you could share them with us.
Absolutely.
And what the charges were and the success of them. Have any counties come out and said, no, we don't want these cases? Go next door, whoever.
Have we had any of those experiences?
Go ahead, be honest. I know.
No, we are very aggressive in presenting cases. And I spoke earlier, and I apologize for saying training the DAs. We're not training the DAs. We're sitting down with them to see what it takes to get the right charges filed. Sure. So that's what we've been doing within the last couple of years. But in the grand scheme of things, we've had cases that we presented to the AG's office, and then we've had them kicked back. So we've had to shop around. The downside to shopping around is that not everyone wants to file the multi-county cases. But I don't think there's any case that we have not presented that has not been filed.
Focus on the AG right now. I want to know why the AG are kicking them back, to use using your terminology. Why haven't they filed any cases?
Some of them were best suited for a specific county. Just to give an example, one of the cases we had was a retail theft by an employee in Alameda County, but that suspect lived in another county and was selling the property. I think it was Merced County, so we executed a search warrant there. So having those two counties affected, we thought it would be best to go to the AG's office. We managed to file that case with the Alameda County DA's office.
Okay, I can understand the AG's reasoning there, but have you taken many complex cases where it involves more than 2 counties, 3, 4, 5 counties?
Yes, we've. I think earlier this year we've had an Apple theft case where the suspects were targeting Apple retail stores throughout the state. I think the overall recovery at the completion of the investigation was just a little over 1.5 million in stolen Apple product. And even though the investigation started in our division, which is again the San Francisco Bay Area, the fencing operation was identified here in Sacramento County. So that is one we presented to the DA, and the DA took it on.
Did take it on?
They did.
Okay.
And that's just one of several that we presented to them this year.
Yeah, it's a minor thing. When you say 1.5 million, is that the retail or wholesale price?
That was the retail value of the property.
Commissioner Erner, followed by Vice Chair Cannella.
Yeah, right, because we really would love to see your data, right? Because that's one of the assignments from the legislature was really to start dealing with the issue of data, because there seems to be differences of opinion, right, depending on who you ask, right, regarding what the size of the problem is. But I want to get back to the Attorney General for a moment, because that was my first thought was, wait a minute, don't we have a statewide, elected official who's responsible in regards to crime? In any of the statutes that you deal with and/or in Prop 47, what is the role of the Attorney General? Do you know, and can you explain it to us? Are they even mentioned?
Yes, ma'am. So in Penal Code Section 786.5, that's a penal code section specific to 490.4, which is organized retail theft. And within that section, it does say that the Attorney General will be will be responsible for the filing of charges on multi-jurisdictional cases.
Ah, okay, great. Thank you for that. Then my other question is that particularly around the organized theft part, right? Where as you describe it, very often there's a person who's running it and he or she has many people that are actually the ones going into the store and all of that, but it's incredibly well organized. Right away, I started thinking about gangs. Because I always find gangs to be very interesting, right? That if they were doing legal business, they could be very successful, right? Because they're really quite well organized. What's the role of gangs in all of this? Or is there a role?
Yes, for some of the recent cases that we've had, we have identified in Alameda County, and especially the Apple case, it was a group. We didn't get the gang enhancement on that case filed. I'm not sure that we even pushed the gang enhancement, but we have recognized that the groups are highly coordinated, they are violent, and we also recognize that aside from the organized retail crime aspect of it, there's always the sale of controlled substances associated, there's weapons, and there's also stolen cars. That is one of the benefits to the CHP working organized retail crime, is that we are able to task some of our task force members from other units to assist with some of the investigations and the execution of search warrants, and of course the follow-up.
Great, thank you.
Vice Chair Cannella.
Yes, thank you for being here. Just one question. Do you have any policy reform ideas that could help combat retail theft?
So we're always looking and exploring at different ideas and talking to administration and talking amongst our task forces. But at this time, we don't have a specific recommendation.
So you feel like you have all the tools you need to do the job? There's nothing that would help you, no policy reforms, nothing, you have everything you need?
I'm not necessarily saying we have everything we need at this time, but we haven't come to a consensus as a group of what our recommendations would be for you.
Okay. Are you planning on coming up with recommendations to present to the legislature?
If asked for the recommendations, yes, we would have those discussions.
So you would really get together and if the legislature asked and present that to them, because you don't have it right now, right?
Correct. We have not, no.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I will specifically ask you for those recommendations. We want to see them in writing. And think about it. I'd also like to get some information statistics because we would like to tout your work, what you've done, what you've accomplished, and what you can do if you have
That's what you said.
a little more of this or that, or change in the law, whatever it might be. But this is a serious issue that we're dealing with. But you're the ones who are there every day dealing with the issues, and we are not there. We're just hearing from you. So as much information that you can give us, and don't be afraid to tout yourself in terms of what you've accomplished and that you want to accomplish, but you can't because.
Okay.
Okay.
We appreciate that. We appreciate your help, and we appreciate the fact that you have taken on this task to assist us.
Good.
And we will. I have some statistics here now, but what I'll do is I'll put a package together and I'll send it to Crystal and then get that to you. Okay.
Yeah, I've got a question, and correct me if I'm wrong. Now, part of your responsibility, you are the recipient of money from the state of California that you then distributed to other law enforcement agencies. Is that correct?
So we, you could probably, well, we received initially the funding from Governor Newsom, and then he gave out additional funding to the allied agencies.
Okay, so you didn't function as a grantor, in other words. In other words, nobody came to you to ask for money, that you then reviewed applications and then said, okay, you get $1 million, you get $2 million. It didn't work that way.
Correct.
Okay, then I was mistaken. See, pays to be humble. Thank you. Now, any further questions or comments, members of the commission? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the time to be here to share your experiences.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We got two more. Oh, yeah. Yep. Hey, Crystal, could you please call our next witness?
Mr. Chairman,
Testifying
our
remotely.
next witness is joining us remotely. He is Gabriel Quinto. He's a council member for the city of El Cerrito, and he's also here as the second vice president for the League of California Cities. Council member Quinto, please unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Crystal. Good afternoon, everyone. Gabe Quinto, I'm a council member and former mayor of El Cerrito in Contra Costa County. Great to be with you, and great to see my former assembly member, Dion Aroner, part of this committee as well. Cities are concerned about the spike in retail theft, including shoplifting and violent smash and grabs, including car theft. Reducing such crimes is a top advocacy priority, and so the League of California Cities is active on this issue. In 2023, our statewide organization, Cal Cities, co-sponsored a bill, AB 1708, Assemblymember Mosachi's bill, with the California Retailers Association and the police chiefs. The legislation would have required a person convicted of petty theft or shoplifting with 2 or more prior convictions to be punished by imprisonment in county jail for up to 1 year and authorizes diversion programs for repeat offenders. AB 1708 did not pass the Assembly Public Safety Committee, but we are hopeful that a similar effort can be moved forward in 2024. Key proposals Cal Cities is considering are changes to Prop 47 to address repeat offenders, addressing the issue of multiple thefts, and the ability to aggregate those crimes, and multi-jurisdictional prosecution. In September 2023, approximately 30 cities received grants from the Board of State and Community Corrections to address organized retail theft. These grants have been very well received, and preliminary anecdotal reports have indicated that this additional funding has helped to identify and arrest the offenders. Cities are also pleased with the recent announcement by Speaker Rivas creating the Select Committee on Retail Theft and the acknowledgement that this issue will be a priority for the Assembly in 2024. Cities are working with our partners, including the retailers and police chiefs, to address organized retail theft and other changes that could help reduce crime in 2024. Regarding crime trends for El Cerrito and small cities like El Cerrito, in 2014, the year that Prop 47 passed, El Cerrito and California were experiencing record low violent and property crime rates, lower than at any point in the previous 30 years. That's 1985 to 2014. In this environment, Californians passed Prop 47, reducing the criminal penalties on theft-related offenses. At this same time, the state of California was releasing record numbers of inmates due to realignment of the state prison system. In El Cerrito and in California, one of the outcomes since 2014 has been an increase in violent crime. Violent crime in El Cerrito following 2014, much of the increase in violent crime can be attributed to acts of violence committed during shoplifting incidents. Thieves are most likely to resort to acts of violence when confronted by business owners and employees. Being an employee at a retailer tasked with interrupting theft has become a more dangerous job, and in El Cerrito, employees have been assaulted and threatened with unfortunate regularity. And regarding El Cerrito, our violent crime increase of 30%. The nature of property crime has changed since 2014. Business owners became less likely to report theft as outcomes were decriminalized. Thieves began to be issued citations in the field, eliminating arrest as an outcome would have once faced. The DAs created new guidelines for filing charges, resulting in a few negative consequences for petty thieves. Many retailers stopped calling the police for low-level thievery, only calling when losses exceeded high thresholds. In other cities, retailers no longer call the police when thefts occur, artificially driving down the number of thefts that occur. In El Cerrito, property crime per 100,000 people grew from 3,926 crimes in 2014 to 5,162 crimes in 2018. That's a 31% increase before falling during the pandemic. In 2022, property crime rate descended to 4,004 crimes per year, and that's a modest increase over 2014. Although the city has not surveyed business owners based on conversation with employees, it is clear that businesses are much less likely to call the police when they were witness to theft. While businesses report theft as a daily use, they only call when thievery becomes severe. So I welcome questions from you, and the League of California Cities is a nonpartisan organization representing all 482 cities for the state of California.
Commissioner Garcetti, I saw you move your mic.
Yes.
All right, please.
I know people are getting tired of hearing my voice here, but I know a little bit about this subject. Do you pronounce your name Quinto or Quinto?
Quinto.
Quinto. Thank you. Okay. So Quinto, it's a pleasure to have you, and thank you for taking your time to speak with us and help educate us. You're asking for some help on making perhaps some changes or endorsing some changes to Proposition 47, and also to the laws regarding what I would refer to as priors for petty thefts, changing the law there. Let me ask you, you gave me some good statistics, gave us some good statistics on property crimes. How do you define property crimes?
Well, property crime, lately there's a new phenomenon, and that is folks stealing packages that have been ordered like through online, such as Amazon and Macy's. We don't have the stores we used to have, and many cities are experiencing that. So ordering online is the way to go, and many of our residents in El Cerrito do that. However, our statistics show that El Cerrito is the has the second highest property crime rate, and that is because of packages being delivered to the front door of homes. So we are experiencing that, and many of the other cities in the East Bay are experiencing that as well.
Okay, so that's one of the big concerns in terms of perhaps the increase in property crimes. Are the packages being stolen after being delivered at particular homes or apartments? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, please, if you can, specify what changes that if you had the power to do it, what changes would you specifically make to Proposition 47 that would address the issues that you're concerned with and the people, the citizens that you represent are concerned with?
Well, I know the majority of our residents supported Prop 47, and I believe looking at what has transpired since 2014, you look at the loopholes of 47, and unfortunately, folks that are stealing and doing smash and grabs know that as well. So I would like to see changes such as what Assemblymember Mosachi had in his bill in AB 1708. I think that's a good bill, and that was supported by in a bipartisan way in the Assembly. And laws like that, we need the tools. Cities are on the front line in dealing with all this. And many cities have a shortage of public safety officers now. So this is what we're getting. And so closing the loophole with multiple offenders, we're seeing the offenders over and over again, the same people. And I want to make sure that we look closely at that, and we look closely at the organized crime aspect of that as well.
Okay, so the two loopholes you're referring to are the multiple offender and organized crime. Anything else?
Correct. And hopefully we can get some good legislation dealing with resale and the fencing organizations. If you look in front of our BART stations and in our larger cities and swap meets, you see a majority of the things that are being sold are stolen goods, and everyone knows that. Everyone sees that. Why are we seeing 50 bottles of shampoo with Walgreens sign, stickers on there? So I'm hoping we can get a hold of that. In El Cerrito, we have a lot of mom and pop stores, small business owners, and they're being affected by this as well. And for them, having something stolen is a big deal for them, because many of them don't want to let their insurance know about that, because it gets very, very expensive. So let's look at what small businesses have to go through with the situation, but also our corporations. In El Cerrito, we could have had a police officer at our local Safeway and Lucky's here 24 hours a day. So this is what we've seen, and now these grocery stores now have private public safety, and our Walgreens and other drugstores have the same thing, but they are not showing up in court because they are concerned of retribution with the police guards that are working there. We need to look at all of this and figure why this is a broken system. So, we see this, all cities see that, and this is a priority for the League of California Cities, for Cal Cities. This is actually our top priority that mayors and council members and my 55 board of directors, which includes city managers and police chiefs and fire chiefs. They know this is a problem, and that cities need to get the help from our legislators in Sacramento. So I look forward to collaborating with all of them.
Yeah, oh, thank you for bringing up one point that I hadn't even considered. Your mom and pop store, for example, you mentioned them and the effect this has on them. The effect that I'm seeing, and I didn't realize the first time, that if at your swap meets, you have dealers who are dealing with this stolen merchandise, and that means that your small mom and pop shop is not able to meet their price. They're going to lose business and money as a result of this. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. If you have anything that you want to put in writing to us in terms of what we eventually do, which is we write a report recommending legislation or changes that you want to specifically see, or your organization wants to specifically see, please tell them to make the effort to put it in writing to us exactly what it is they would like to see us consider and put in our report. Would you do that, please?
Would be more than happy to do that, sir.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, City Council member. I lived in El Cerrito for 2 years. So first, I apologize for all those dents on the stop sign made by a BB gun. It was my roommate, not me. Quick question on data collection. As you know, we are thirsty for additional data. What is the process in terms of getting additional data from all the cities? I'm assuming you have access to small business. I mean, is it possible to get additional data from your small business, regular business, in terms of what's happening around retail theft?
Well, this is a problem, and that cities are having a problem obtaining the data obtaining the data from, we can probably get that through our small businesses, but for the corporations or big box stores, that will be difficult. Many of these corporations are publicly held companies and don't provide that information outright. So this is part of the problem that we're getting in obtaining the different types of data that is needed to make these positive changes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions or comments other than Commissioner Eriner.
I just wanted to thank the councilman for coming forth and testifying. It was a pleasure always to represent the city of El Cerrito. Thank you so much.
We appreciate your leadership through the years, and El Cerrito is a big fan of yours. You know that.
Thank you, council member. I have a question for staff before you call the next witness.
Yes.
I had posed a question to the CHP because I was under the impression that they were somehow involved in distributing money that came from the governor that went to law enforcement in the cities to try to deal with the retail theft. And apparently that's not the case. The money sounds as though it was distributed. Do you know what vehicle that was?
I believe it's the Board of State and Community Corrections, but I would need to double check before I write it in stone.
Okay. And once we know that, what I would be interested in finding out whether there was any provision with the grant of the money to follow up with metrics. In other words, what do they do with it, which is probably set forth in the application, but whether there was any requirement that they provide the state of California with any indication that what they did had any benefit whatsoever.
I'll follow up on that.
Thank you.
Okay, our final and very patient witness today is Rachel Michelin, who is the president and CEO of the California Retailers Association. Welcome, Rachel. If you can just check to make sure the green light on your microphone is on, and please begin your testimony when you are ready.
Yeah,
real quickly, I can answer your question. It is through the BSCC. There was an advisory committee that oversaw all the grant applications. We actually had a representative from the Retailers Association that went through all of those grants.
Yes.
And there are metrics.
Oh, good.
So they do have to show how the money was spent and what the outcomes were. So we were actually very proud of the fact that we advocated for that. I actually went to the governor's office and asked for grants for local law enforcement. So it's kind of nice to see so many people talk about something that the Retailers Association was able to help in trying to combat retail theft.
Yeah, well,
but we can send you, Ryan on my team can send you a bunch of information about that as well.
Great, that's a perfect segue because yeah, it would be interesting for us to see, I mean, if you want to develop best practices, you got to find out what they are.
No, absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, the good news being last, I have a lot of blackout on my testimony because it won't be that long. And I welcome the opportunity to have some conversation because I'm sure that you have many questions and I've been following all the, I see you shaking your head. Yes. So I'm ready for the hot seat. I'm ready for the lightning round. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon about retail theft. I'm Rachel Michelin. I'm the president and CEO for the California Retailers Association. Whether locking up products, employing off-duty police officers or security guards, putting patrol cars in parking lots, retailers are utilizing whatever tactics we can to deter retail theft, really to protect our employees and our customers from harm. You know, earlier I know you heard from the Sacramento Sheriff, Jim Cooper, about the Operation Bad Elf. And I think that's a great example of the type of operations that really sheds light on what the impact of retail theft is having on our communities who are committing these crimes. And it really highlights the collaboration between law enforcement and retailers. But there was also something else that happened in San Francisco on November 28th. Their police department also conducted the first of 2 pre-planned shoplifting enforcement operations named Blitz 23. This focused though on one store, one day, and in one store, they arrested 17 suspects. 2 of these suspects had outstanding warrants. They followed that up on December 5th, again, one day, one retailer, and arrested 7 individuals. 3 of these suspects had outstanding arrest warrants. I think these 2 operations really give a small snapshot of what's happening in communities throughout California. These are individuals that are stealing for need, not for need, but for greed. And many retailers have indicated they have habitual offenders who continue to frequent stores unaffected by past arrests. The other issue that I think, and I think that the mayor alluded to this a bit earlier, is the economic impact that retail theft is having. Yes, retailers are facing increased costs for lost products, security, and labor. It does lead to higher prices for consumers and lower sales. These lower sales, though, translate to fewer jobs, wages and benefits for workers, and most importantly, I think, loss of sales tax revenue to California cities. Each item stolen and resold represents local sales tax revenue that otherwise could be used to support communities. Local lost sales tax revenue impacts a community's ability to fund services, including law enforcement, healthcare, parks, and roads. Many California retailers of all sizes, and CRA, we represent both large national brands and small independent retailers, have reported that in some parts of the state, store leaders have been told by law enforcement not to report a retail theft incident unless there is a threat of violence against an employee or customer. Some retailers do not call the police for every instance of shoplifting due to the volume of theft happening in the store. One of my members emailed me and noted during regular hours of operation, retail theft is happening every 3 minutes. So that they'd be calling every 3 minutes trying to get law enforcement to come out. Our smaller retailers are facing very much the same challenges when calling law enforcement. Many times law enforcement refuse to come to the store, even after a major incident. This retailer I talked to in Southern California, he calls every single time. Sometimes he'll call prior if they see a repeat offender or someone acting suspicious. Generally, they're told there is nothing law enforcement can do and will only provide a police report over the phone. I have another member company who the city attorney wants to sue them for being a public nuisance because they're calling law enforcement too many times. So it really is a challenge that retailers are in right now. And that leads to the burning question that I know you've all asking, which is data, right? And I'm just as frustrated as all of you are on the data piece because we know retailers, and I will admit, they have internal policies to not call law enforcement for every single instance. But we also know law enforcement may have internal policies on what crimes they will respond to. This creates a patchwork of policies that vary from city to city, county to county, law enforcement agency to law enforcement agency, which leads to skewed data on the real impact of retail theft in California. This is a challenge that we're working as retailers with law enforcement to see what we can do to change that. I mentioned earlier, we were very proud to collaborate with the governor and his real public safety plan on not only getting the local law enforcement grants, but that also included the money for the dedicated prosecutors for the ORC task forces, extending them from 3 task forces to 5, permanent funding. Someone mentioned about the Attorney General. We also were able to solicit money in the budget, permanent dedicated prosecutors in the AG's office to prosecute the ORC cases. So on the ORC side, we've done a lot of work. We just need to start seeing that being implemented. Other ways retailers look to collaborate with law enforcement include exploring programs to allow police substations in stores or hiring off-duty officers for theft control in peak hours. In addition, many retailers engage with local district attorneys and law enforcement in one-on-one meetings and store visits with the goal of bridging the gap between arrest and prosecution, focusing on the needs with the emphasis on building cases for successful prosecution and accountability. Retailers embrace public and private partnerships necessary for information sharing among retailers, law enforcement, and prosecutors. In fact, we run the California Organized Retail Crime Association under our foundation, and we do retail theft roundtables around the state of California trying to connect retailers, law enforcement, and prosecutors to break down these barriers so that we can have better data sharing and better collaboration. While retailers will continue to invest in protecting employees, customers, and assets from crime. The problem cannot be solved by fighting these cases one by one at the local level. Criminals understand the loopholes in current law. Loopholes like the removal of Penal Code 666.1, which took away the petty theft with the prior, or the confusion, and I do think there's confusion around the ability to aggregate crimes up to $950. I think you've kind of witnessed that and heard that throughout the day. Today in California, retail theft pays, and it pays well. It's viewed as a low-risk, high-reward venture with little consequence if someone is caught. But now it's really the time to change that narrative. It's too important for our retail customers, our retail employees, and the communities we operate in. Thank you for the opportunity to share the retailer's perspective on this. And we really do appreciate your emphasis and your thought process in examining this very important issue.
Thank you. We've got Vice Chair Cannella, followed by Commissioner Garcetti.
Be nice.
All right, for sure. I'm too worn out at this point to be anything but nice.
The advantage is to being last.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Very difficult topic, lots of different opinions. So it's our goal to try to figure out some facts and possibly some solutions. So at least that's what we've been asked to do by the legislature. I have just 3 questions. First off, Commissioner Beaart, who's not here, I'm sure he would ask this, but he's used it a few times about the national retailers overestimating loss numbers, and then they reduced it by half. And I don't know if that's true. I haven't seen that. I believe the commissioner. He's a very smart guy, but did that happen? And if so, why did that happen?
So, I'm not privy to, that was in our report. I can tell you that this is a really difficult issue, as you've seen. I think what happened in that report, my understanding is that they wrote the report, they based it on testimony that was given by a subject matter expert before Congress. I don't think it was necessarily fact-checked as well as it probably should have been. And I think that's what led to the retraction. So I think it highlights the challenge that we're facing because, on one hand, yeah, I'm with you on data. And trust me, I've been doing this now on this issue now for 3 years. So it's kind of interesting now that, everyone's paying a lot of attention. We've been doing this now since, when I started this job, and I've been asking for data. And I think we're starting to get to a point where we're making some progress. But I think with that report, being it's national as well, it's not California focused, I think that it certainly fell through the cracks.
Well, and the problem is that, some people think that there's not a problem. Some people think it's a problem that's much worse than it is. And so if there's this view now that the retailers have been lying, then all of a sudden people go, well, maybe there's not a problem at all. Let's divert our attention somewhere else. So you didn't do the report. I don't
disagree with you. And I think for us, I am working towards doing a California specific report in addition. And also I can just tell you what I'm hearing literally from people. I'll jump on a Zoom call and on a recycling issue, and they have to start with, here's my story about retail theft.
Yeah, no, for sure. And again, for me, it's just my eyes don't lie. And I know what I see, regardless of what's being reported.
You're not wrong. You're not
so
wrong.
The other thing is, I certainly understand again, I don't know what to believe at this point, but if the case is, and the police are saying, look, don't call us every time, I can understand that, right? They have so many officers and they can't do everything. But I do think it's important for the retailers to keep accurate records, even if it's turned in on a biweekly basis or a weekly basis, because what is happening is that our very capable staff is compiling information based on reports and police officer interactions, and the charts don't look that bad, right? So we look at this and like, is there really even a problem based on the charts we're seeing? And I think that's largely because you're just not calling the police all the time. And again, I can understand you not wanting to call all the time, and I can understand the police not wanting to get it all the time. I get it, but at some point we need to, I think everybody needs to see what's actually going on. So I would recommend that they at least keep track and then turn that into whoever they turn that stuff into so that we can have the information.
Yeah, my idea, and I'm trying to push, is an app. Figuring out if we can come up with an app where you can easily kind of report some of this stuff, to your point, so that there is, but you're right, there is some responsibility there that needs to be taken.
Yeah, and then every 3 minutes, I would assume that's an unusual amount of time? I mean, I guess the sheriff testified that it was constantly, all the time. So it gives the impression of every 3 minutes. But what would you say the average is for shopping?